I guess I should turn this on, right? We'll begin with the singing of O Canada. Well, we won't be singing, but we'll have O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
It's ready here. Okay. Roll call, please.
Councillor Mackey.
Present.
Councillor Gamble.
Present.
Councillor Burley.
Present.
Councillor Carlton.
Present.
Councillor McQueen.
Present.
Councillor Desai sends his regrets. Councillor Little.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Warden Hicks.
Here.
Councillor Clumpus. Councillor Keaveney.
Present.
Councillor Body.
Present.
Councillor O'Leary.
Present.
Councillor Woodbury.
Present.
Councillor Millen.
Present.
Councillor Soever.
Present.
Councillor Sampson. Councillor Robinson.
Present.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Present.
We have all members in attendance. Councillor Woodbury is attending virtually. Councillor Desai is absent and Councillor Little is attending in his place.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed next with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge with respect the history, spirituality, and culture of the Anishinaabe, the Six Nations of the Grand River, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat, Wyandot peoples, on whose traditional territories we gather and whose ancestors signed treaties with our ancestors. We recognize also the Métis and Inuit, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. May we all, as treaty people, live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all of its diverse peoples. Okay, Council, is there any declaration of interest, pecuniary or otherwise? Seeing none, we'll proceed, but if one does arise during the course of the meeting, I would ask you to declare it at that time. Okay, we're on to item number 6, adoption of minutes. 6A is County Council and Committee of the Whole minutes dated November 25th, 2021. I need a mover to put that. Councillor O'Leary moves, seconded by Councillor Milne. Is there any discussion on those minutes? And seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Is there any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Item 6B is Committee of Management meeting minutes dated November 23rd. And I need a mover to put those minutes. Councillor Robinson moves, seconded by Councillor Mackey. Thank you. Any discussion? I call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? That too is carried. Thank you. Item C is the CAO Performance Evaluation Committee minutes, which are dated November 19th. I need a mover, please. Councillor Clumpus and Councillor Patterson seconds. Any discussion on that? I call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That is carried. And D is the CAO Performance Evaluation Committee closed meeting minutes, which were also dated November 19th. Mover, please. Councillor Body, seconded by Councillor Hutchison. We'd have to go into closed session. I'll simply call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. We have no closed meeting matters. Move on to item number 8. 8A is the Board of Health minutes, which is dated October 22nd, 2021. Dr. Era is with us. I'll get somebody to just put it on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Milne, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Dr. Era.
Thank you. Good morning. Congratulations, Your Worship. Congratulations to the entire Council and Grey Bruce for your leadership. Good morning, Council. The situation, or not the situation, sorry, the minutes from October had a significant point, which is the return to a certain level of normality in the business of public health. And that is mostly what was on the agenda. The update about COVID at the time remains consistent with the update at this point. Mainly, I would say the number of cases is quite manageable. The number of outbreaks in sectors that are vulnerable or sectors that have high impact, like hospitals, long-term care, retirement homes, is only one outbreak in a school, a minor outbreak that is scheduled to be cleared in the imminent future. So the situation remains stable from COVID point of view. Today we received the result. We identified the first case of Omicron, which is a different variant, and there is the concern nationally and internationally about the significance of this variant. Your Worship, in the management of emergencies, there is a saying that I heard during my training: there is a time to run, time to slow down and walk, and the time to stop and reflect or observe. And I believe the third one applies in this case. The knowledge about this variant is still building. We don't have the full picture of the significance of it, whether it's the epidemiology or the related transmission or the potential for vaccine escapance. And we definitely will be treating the situation, this case or potential cases, with the conservative approach until we know more. And the knowledge about this variant is being updated on a daily basis. What I heard yesterday afternoon probably is not up to date comparing to what we're going to hear later today. And I believe what the province is putting forward is a full information. Everything I know about the variant I can see in the media, and I can elaborate on it if need be from the council. Vaccine rollout in Grey Bruce, it is slow but steady, and it's the same pattern provincially. We are behind the province, the provincial average, by a number of percentage point, less than 5, not significant in the difference. And that is universally in Ontario. The difference in the coverage rate among health units is not significant. And that can be attributed to this question that was came up a couple of times. It is the relative safety we have in Grey Bruce is one of the main factors, to the best of my assessment, where the vaccine hesitant residents don't have that incentive to get the vaccine, comparing to areas in the province that are hotspots. The rural aspect of the versus urban is another part of the equation. If you look at the coverage across health units, it is the urban centers would usually have higher coverage, and for obvious reasons, there could be a pharmacy in every neighborhood where access is more. Nevertheless, as I mentioned, the difference between health units in general is not significant, and the results that we have and the safety we have in Grey-Brill speaks to that as well. That's my update and the comments on the minutes. I'm open to question as always, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Dr. Era. Are there any questions for Dr. Era? Councillor Keaveney.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Warden, and good morning, Dr. Era. I'm wondering if there's any discussion at all about vaccines for children under 5.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the vaccine for children under 5 is being looked at, and I have not seen any written direction on when that can happen, but usually the process takes weeks, not months, after the approval. Sorry, it might take 1 or 2 months, week period. It wouldn't be 6 months or so. But again, that's a process that starts with the pharmaceutical submitting their clinical trial studies, and the technical term is bridging studies to generalize the safety and efficacy from younger children to the other group less than 5. And again, that might take a couple months if everything checks out, and we'll keep you posted on that progress.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And it's not a question, it's just a comment. Both of my parents got their booster shots this Tuesday of this week in Durham at the community center. And I just wanted to pass along my thanks to Dr. Era and his team. The process went very well. They were very happy with the folks that were there looking after them, and it went without a hitch. So thank you, Dr. Era, and your team.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Patterson, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Warden Hicks, and good morning, County Council. As Dr. Era mentioned, it was good to see a bit of normality return to our board meeting. Dr. Era made a presentation to the board on a topic that was not related to COVID-19. The work of the Environmental Health and Tobacco Enforcement Team, which included food safety inspections and training, safe water for drinking, rabies and infectious diseases, as well as tobacco enforcement. So it was an interesting meeting to have a change from COVID. And another good news item is Alan Barfoot has been reappointed as a provincial appointee for 2 years. So we're pleased with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I don't see any other hands, so it's time to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Dr. Era.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 9, bylaws, and we have 3 before us. Need a mover to put them on the floor. Councillor Keaveney moves and Councillor Burley seconds. Is there any discussion on any of those bylaws? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we're on to item number 10, good news and celebrations. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I don't know whether it's good news or celebrations or something else, but this week I was reading the old news in the Dundalk Herald, and ironically, given what we were here to do on Tuesday, it was noted in the old news that 50 years ago this week, Grey County Council voted not to elect the warden with a secret ballot. So openness and transparency is nothing new. So it would put a different flavor on the election if you had to stand up and say, I support whoever, rather than a secret ballot. So just a little bit of trivia there. I don't know when we started doing the secret ballot. Maybe the clerk's department knows. I don't, but I just thought it was interesting to see that in the paper. Thank you.
Clerk says it was before her time. She was just a baby. Okay, anyone else? Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. Just like to report that last Saturday night, we had the official start of the Clarksburg Tour of Lights with the tree lighting in downtown Clarksburg at the Legion. And the event was a great success. Santa was there, and it was a great turnout. We had about 100 people come out, which was a crowd for Clarksburg on a Saturday night. And so everything went well, and that's just the beginning of the Christmas festivities in the town of the Blue Mountains. Next weekend on December 11th, it's Old Fashioned Christmas in Thornbury. All day there's a hidden Santa challenge and festive decor all around the town. We have live music 1 to 3, an arts and crafts show at the library, horse-drawn wagon rides. At 5 o'clock, there's the holiday tree lighting at the town hall. And you can visit with Santa and one of his elves and bring your letters for him. Santa will be sitting on a horse-drawn wagon at a comfortable distance from the crowds. There's also a dance party with Tyler Boyle, and horse-drawn wagon rides, fire barrels, and roasted chestnuts hosted by our own firefighters. And you can get holiday pictures taken at the Georgian Life photo booth. So there's a lot of information on this on the BIA website, thornbury.ca/event/Old Fashioned Christmas. Old is spelt with an E. And also, in addition, St. George's, the Anglican parish for the Blue Mountains, has a free family Christmas tree lighting and carol sing-along outdoor at the church building at 166 Russell Street in Clarksburg. The St. George's and Grace United Church choirs will perform and lead the carol singing, and there will be free song sheets, hot chocolate, tasty Timbits. I don't know if they're the Bieber bits or not, but a movie and candy canes for the kids. So Santa will also be there. And there's also a fountain of lights display and the lighting of the Christmas tree there. So hopefully you can all come out and enjoy the weekend. So that's it from the Blue Mountains.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Soever. I can't say that I've ever roasted chestnuts over an open fire. So everybody will have their opportunity there for sure. Councillor Klumpus.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and good morning, County Council. Our Deputy Mayor just reminded me that I don't think we have made a public announcement, at least not in this arena, of a very special gift that our hospital has received. Meaford Hospital Foundation received a donation of $1 million from a private individual. And this is to go specifically to creating a cataract surgical unit in our hospital. We're very, very excited about this. Of course, there will be other equipment purchased from this donation as well for the emergency services. So that is certainly something that we're celebrating in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackey, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Good morning, County Council. December 18th, the Chatsworth Agricultural Society is having Christmas in the Village. The Santa Claus Parade will begin at 10:30, and then there's a variety of events that are scheduled after that. And just want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, to my council colleagues and all of the staff at Grey County. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm surprised Councillor Milne didn't tell us about Saturday's events. Well, you have your chance now if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And yeah, of course, I forgot. I was going to do that when I was up earlier and I forgot typically. Holstein is going to welcome Santa back after a year of absence last year, missing the non-motorized Santa Claus Parade. You're all invited to come on down, and it maybe won't be quite as involved as it is in Blue Mountains, but nonetheless, the jolly old elf will be there, and maybe some elves. I don't know, smaller ones. Who knows? But yeah, it's going to be a good event to come on down. It sounds like it's going to be a little milder, hopefully not wet, but it should be a good event nonetheless. So thank you.
And thank you for that. Deputy Warden McQueen.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Warden and County Council. And the last time, I think it was 2019, that I was at the Holstein Parade as a warden, I got into a traffic jam downtown Holstein. So that can happen once a year, yes. Not to be, just to follow up with others around the table with the spirit of Christmas, we had a successful tree lighting event by the Chamber of Commerce on the 26th of November. And then on the 27th, Santa Claus Parade was held in Markdale, which was a stationary, second year of a stationary parade. So the float stayed put and everybody went by there. It goes to maybe 300 cars. The evening of the 27th, we had a successful Singhampton parade jointly with the fire department there, jointly with folks from Clearview as well. And it was an evening parade with lights similar to other that have the lighting parade. Small, they're all small parades as people are getting back into the swing of live parades. And then last week on the, I think it was the 5th of December, we had a successful Santa Claus Parade in Feversham that was put on by the local kinsmen. And again, floats small in number, but still mighty. And again, Santa Claus is doing well. So he's getting around to everybody's community and showing his red colors. So again, I wanted to share that. Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you, sir. I think that's it. Savannah, come on up.
Good morning, County Council. Here today with two really exciting introductions for you because we are in person and we've got a new staff and a new community partner that we wanted to get in front of you today. So I'm going to start with our staff, Deepika Gupta. She has joined us as the Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership Coordinator. In October, she joined us. And I'm going to give her a few minutes to just introduce herself and let you know a little bit about her, but I don't know that she'll mention it. And I really want you to know that she comes to us with a PhD in human rights and duties from India that she received in 2017. And if that was not enough, she's doing her second PhD now in Canada at York University in Equity Studies. So she is phenomenal, a very smart cookie and a real gem. And I don't know that she would have told you that on her own. So I wanted to let you know that, and I'm going to hand it over to her so she can tell you about her journey here. I know we don't have a lot of time, but she has found success finding a home. So I think you should hear that.
Good morning, County Council. I'm Deepika Gupta, Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership Coordinator, and I'm very excited to be part of the team which is working so hard to make many newcomers like me feel welcomed. I'm greatly looking forward to working and learning from other collaborators and partner council members, as well as other stakeholders from a variety of sectors to improve the coordination of and effective services, especially for immigrant resettlement, integration, and retention. As we emerge from COVID-19 pandemic, I'm hopeful that with 3 C's, that is collaboration, coordination, and connection, we will aid in the creation of a welcoming community and inclusive community. I'm shivering. So, Mr. Warden, to be honest, I didn't know what to expect when I was given this opportunity to join as GBLIP coordinator. And I was thinking quite often that would the people be very friendly? Could I afford a house here I wanted to live in? And would my family feel welcomed here? And it was indeed a quite challenge finding a house here for a rent also. But, and I know that housing is a real challenge and County Council is taking action to ensure individuals and families in Grey County will have more access to safe and affordable houses in coming times. But with this support, I would say immense support and strength from Economic Development, Tourism and Culture Department of Grey County, the answers to all my questions and fears was yes. In India, I was told that Canada is the land of opportunity. Whatever you can dream of, you can achieve. And I can say that statement is apt now because now I'm proud resident of Owen Sound, as I'll be getting possession of my house in 5 days. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity once again to make Grey County more welcoming community for immigrants like me. Thank you.
We are so lucky. I just can't stop beaming. I'm so excited to have Topeka with us. So you will see lots of her over the next while, because we're going to have those update reports coming to you about all the good work that she is working on, along with the whole Partnership Council committee of over 50 partners? 55 partners in the community have been pulled together for this important work. So really excited to see what happens next. And my second introduction is Dave Shorey. Many of you have met him individually, but we haven't had the opportunity to get him here in front of council either. He's the new executive director for Georgian College, also joined in October. And I don't know if I'm driving him nuts or if it's a good partnership, but we talk almost every day because there's a lot of good work to be done. So I'm not going to take any of his thunder either. He's got lots to talk to you about. So I will hand it over to Dave for an introduction and welcome.
Good morning, Council, and thanks so much for having me. Just for the record, Savannah's not driving me nuts. I am deeply appreciative of the relationship that we have between County Council and Georgian College. Really, it was a very easy drive for me to be able to just head down the street. I want to begin with a thank you, a deep, heartfelt thank you. Your support as we've just moved towards renovating the C Wing, so that we can provide a world-class Bachelor of Science in Nursing program and be able to upgrade those that are working in the field right now and prepare professionals for working in healthcare in the region. It's tremendous. And what a gift for me to be able to start in this role as this work has already happened. I'm benefiting from the work of many people over many years, but I wanted to begin with a thank you. Your financial contribution is significant. It allows for us to be able to train students and prepare them for the workforce and keep them in the area. The way that we do so now by delivering a Bachelor of Science in Nursing is that they do their first 2 years here, and then they leave the area and they go to a larger urban center. And the research bears it out. When you have placements, your first job usually comes from your placement. And so it goes that we don't necessarily have our young people coming back to the region. So this is a big deal for us. There are other really good things going on at Georgian College in Owen Sound. And as I get my feet under me and learn more about what's going on, I can really see we have a real asset in the community, both for Bruce and Grey County. I should say that I grew up in this area. I'm originally from Southampton. I went to high school just down the road at St. Mary's. This was a number of years ago. I went to the Waterloo region for 2 decades and worked in higher education before coming back and being able to work with the Municipal Innovation Council over the last year. To be able to be in this position is a really special thing because I have an intersection between what I care about personally, that being this area, this region. I'm deeply invested in this region and the growth and success of this region, but also professionally. And my work in higher education and more broadly in education is something that I have an opportunity to continue to advance here. So I won't wax on any further. I'll just say thank you. And I look forward to working closely with you in the years to come.
Well, thank you very much, Dave. And I would say that we're very much looking forward to continuing that strong partnership with Georgian College. And to Topeka, I want to say welcome to Grey County. And you mentioned you were nervous. There's no need to be nervous because you're among friends. You're very welcome. Okay. Can I see your hand, Anne Marie? Oh, yeah. I was going to say sold. Okay. We're ready for adjournment, I believe. Yes. Need a mover. Moved by Councillor Mackey, seconded by Councillor Carlton. Got it right. Got it right this time. Yes. Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take a second to flip over to Committee of the Whole. Okay, are we good to go, Rob? Wave at me. Yes, we are. All right. I call this meeting to order. We're now meeting as Committee of the Whole. It's December 9th, 2021. Council, is there any declaration of interest, pecuniary or otherwise? I see none. And once again, I would say if one comes up during the course of the meeting, I'll ask you to declare it at that time. Item number 3, we're looking at the consent agenda. Is there anything that needs to be pulled, Council? Councilor Robinson?
I'm not able to turn on my mic. Could I have some assistance? Thank you, and appreciate the assistance with the mic there. For item number 4F, I'm seeking separation of this item. F is correspondence from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Town of Hanover Employment Lands and Future Land Needs. The purpose of my request to have it separated is to put forward an alternate motion, and I would hope that County Council would see fit to support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Soever.
Yes, I'd like to pull item E, correspondence from the Ministry of Infrastructure, Building a Broadband Faster in Ontario update for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else? All right, then I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Did I already call that? No, I didn't. Okay, looking for a motion. Councillor Burley moves, seconded by Councillor Clumpus. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're on to item 5A, dealing with the healthcare funding task force minutes, dated November 22nd, 2021. I need a mover, please. Councillor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Carlton. Any discussion? Okay. Yeah, please. Sorry.
Good morning, Council. Pleased to present this report to you. Sadly, I've brought the wrong one up to the front with me, so we'll be discussing this from memory. The Healthcare Funding Task Force was initiated back in 2019. The purpose of the task force's work was to put together, after listening carefully to stakeholder input, to put together the policy that would allow council to make decisions about requests for funding related to healthcare projects. So over the 2 years, and we had quite a break in the process due to COVID, we did speak to all of our hospital corporations. So we talked to Grey Bruce Health Services, to South Grey, to Hanover. We talked to the physician recruitment group out of Town of the Blue Mountains, Collingwood, Clearview, etc. We talked to the hospice group in South Bruce. We talked to Georgian College about their project. And really what we heard first and foremost was how really important it is to have access to this kind of support. The province requires a 10% community contribution to construction projects, to equipment purchases, and think that what we heard from all of our stakeholders was that that's a challenge for them. As our population grows, as equipment ages, it needs to be replaced. The cost of that equipment continues to rise. And while our communities are growing, perhaps that base of donors is maybe not keeping quite the pace of the cost increases that they're seeing. In addition to hearing from stakeholders, we also looked at the policies that Simcoe County put in place with their hospital alliance. We reviewed the AMO position paper on healthcare funding. And after looking at all of those things, what I am proposing here is that council continues to support capital and equipment requests. We have traditionally been putting away half of 1% of our revenue into reserve for this, suggesting that we increase that by 0.25 so that we're putting away 0.75 just to provide a little bit of extra room. That we continue to focus on the, as I say, capital equipment and construction for hospitals, that these projects be ones that have been approved by the province to go forward, that they enjoy or have support from other hospital stakeholders where that's appropriate to do so. If a project is outside of Grey County, and this is in alignment with the policy that Simcoe County has in place, the thresholds that they use are 20% of their inpatient population and their surgical population served are from within the county. So I'm saying within Grey. And yeah, basically, I think that is a good cover there. Thank you for putting that up there. I appreciate that. All of this is really premised on the fact that Grey County is already contributing significant funds to support healthcare through our levy contributions to long-term care, to paramedic services, to the health unit. In 2021, that amounted to 27.4% of our levy and almost $17 million. So I think, we can take a lot from the fact that we are already making a significant contribution to support healthcare. And what the AMO paper really talked about was, whether or not the province needed to be taking another look at what they're requiring and the ability of rural communities, especially, to support that. So again, saying that that's something that we might want to take a look at. We have a number of outstanding requests that came forward in the paper. Certainly, Collingwood General and Marine Hospital had asked us for $3 million over 10 years. Since we heard from them initially, we know that their project is moving to phase 2. The province has given them $15 million to continue their development work. Well, at that time, they didn't meet the 20% threshold. I'm suggesting that we would communicate with them again, let them know about what the policy decisions have been made here, ask them for updated numbers, and then we can go from there. Grey Bruce Health Services at the time had asked for support for an MRI project. They were fortunate to receive a private donation that took them over the top for that project. But they also asked more recently for, I think it's $150,000 to an additional support for the Markdale Hospital. Again, suggesting that we communicate with GBHS, let them know about the policy that council has undertaken, and the $150,000 request could be funded in 2022 from the remaining $90,000 that's in the healthcare funding reserve, as well with the additional funds coming from what would be our new contribution to reserve in 2022. The hospice had requested $10,000. That's a project that's still in its very early stages. And Bruce County has also deferred a decision on that. I'm suggesting that, again, we communicate with them, let them know what the policy parameters are, and suggest that they come back. With all of these asks and the process going forward, what I'm suggesting is that if a hospital or other entity wants funding from us, they should communicate that to us in writing and hopefully by June of 1 year, so that we have time. If there are multiple asks, we can sort out what we're able to do and come before you for a decision and put things into the budget appropriately for the following year. With regard to the physician recruitment work, they'd asked us for $250,000. Unfortunately, that request was not related to capital or equipment. But again, what I'm suggesting in the policy is those, if it's not capital and equipment, there's still every opportunity for those folks to come forward and make a delegation to council and ask for consideration specifically for their project. I think, again, for that group, communicating the policy and asking them if they could provide some letters of support, both from ROMP, the Rural Ontario Medical Program, as well as the family health teams that they noted in their presentation, I think would also aid in decision-making at this table. Have I missed anything else? Anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Kim. A question from Councillor Mackey.
Thanks very much, Kim, and to the members of the task force for trying to simplify this for us going forward. Just wondering, in the report, you talked about if there was a request to the county that there not be a request brought forward to the lower tier municipalities. Can you just further comment on that? And I mean, those of us living in the southern end have had requests from the Markdale Hospital and are certainly making contributions. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Thank you for reminding me. Again, somewhat similar to the way that Simcoe County is handling this. What I'm suggesting our policy would be is that if a project is requesting support from the county, that request comes here first, and then the county can make its decision. If that organization so chooses and wishes to pursue further conversations with any of the member municipalities, they would be free to do so. But they would undertake their deliberations knowing what it was that the county had decided to do. So for right now, I'm suggesting our policy is come here first.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and to you, Madam CEO, and thank you for that report. Yeah, we've been working on this for a few meetings, and I think what triggered it was from probably the presentation that came from the Collingwood Hospital delegation, and then we looked at it in a bigger format, and I think that started back in 2020 early, before the pandemic. So I just want to appoint a little bit of discussion on the second last paragraph in the report, or I guess it's the minutes of what's presented to us today, and around the 20%. And I did raise this part at the committee where, we talk about adopting the Simcoe County model of the 20%. But I guess, I just wanted to reach out to you a little bit further, Madam CEO, in the sense of you noted in here about going back to the Collingwood Hospital to get more, and it's all about visitors, not just because of our residents, but we do know we have a unique situation. We have the Blue Mountain Resort that does host a lot of people throughout a year, and I know they're getting to be more a four-seasonal resort all the time. And so I guess the part I raise is we talk about the 20% residents, but if we have a fluctuation of a lot of people coming to a certain resort, how do we decipher, because those are patients as well that could be certainly in our hospital systems, and so I just wondered, and I've noted here you mentioned here about reaching out to the Collingwood Hospital, but I think it would be good to have an idea of how many guests come to the Blue Mountain Resort as well, to have an idea what that number is, because I know that I have heard numbers of fantastic ski day where you could have a lot of people on that hill in a particular, which is again high risk, right? And we know that from our paramedic services, and I know in the wintertime we certainly, my colleagues from the Blue Mountains maybe will certainly enhance what I'm saying, but I know that even from being around this table for a lot of years, we know that we dedicate more services there in the winter with our EMS services, and we allocate, definitely not putting words in Kevin's mouth by no means, but I know that we've talked about that over the years. So I think it would really be good to get a little bit more information on the activity of people coming in, all those events that do happen at the Blue Mountains. I know we have a good dialogue with the what's the director, I can't remember his full title, but I know we do have a good, through our economic development tourism connections there as well. And he spoke here in the past. So I just wonder if we can follow up with that to get some numbers or some ideas of what the number of visitors are. Obviously, my colleagues probably from Blue Mountains maybe have a better idea of that, but I just think it's sort of unique to a situation that, you know, we do have. And I know, as I used the example at that committee meeting, I know when Interest took over, they had a huge campaign of selling passes, just passes for cheap, right? And then I know when I was on the Colorado Hospital Board at that time, back in the early 2000s, it was a bit of a concern from that hospital, because all of a sudden you put 10 or 20,000 people on a hill that do or do not know how to ski. It can put a lot of stress on a particular hospital and emergency. And I know they're set up for it because they have doctors that are there to put people back together. And I know they know that, right? But it just would be good to have that numbers, because I think that is a bit of a unique situation that we have in Grey County. So.
Thank you for that comment, Councillor McQueen. I would say that certainly we can request some additional information from Collingwood General and Marine specific to the ER visits. And I think more importantly, how that translates into further inpatient services and surgeries. As I say, this policy is meant to fund capital and equipment, where ER visits, I think, might be more likely to be allocated to operating, which is a provincial responsibility to fund operating, to ensure that you have the right staff in the ER to deal with the number of visitors that your patients that you're seeing. But I think there's likely some information there as well about those ER visits then translating into orthopedic surgeries and that sort of thing. And so I think we can explore that a little bit more, and I will include that in the correspondence, if that's okay.
Great, thank you. Next is Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And I want to thank the task force for its work on this. I think it's a good move forward that we are increasing our levy percentage from half, which was about, a third of what Simcoe was doing, to at least now half. The recommendation is that the proposed policy be approved, and we don't have a policy to look at. We have the principles, but there's a bit of unclarity. It seems that when we compare to Simcoe says hospitals providing a minimum of 20% of their inpatient and day surgery services, and ours is 20% of surgical and inpatient population. So are we excluding day surgeries?
That was not my intent, no.
I'm just going to ask you to push your button, okay?
It says where a hospital or other healthcare facility is outside of Grey County's borders, it must demonstrate that at least 20% of those it serves must be Grey County residents. So there's a bit of ambiguity, like how we're going to measure that 20%, because let's just say it's a hospice and, they're serving, 25%, or, some other healthcare facility where it's not surgical, but still they're looking for a contribution toward capital to expand their building or whatever. Would they be covered?
The intent of the policy as drafted was that if they could demonstrate, if any of these entities could demonstrate that they were serving at least 20% of a Grey County resident population, then they would qualify to be considered.
Sorry, I have to ask you to push your button once again.
So is there a draft policy, or is it just the principles that are in the report at this point?
Yes, it's the principles in the report will form the policy.
You're welcome. Next is Councillor Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Just on the question of the resort traffic, you might be quite surprised at the difference in the data the resort collects on emergency traffic flow and what Collingwood Hospital records. There are two sets of data. You should look for both. Surprisingly, the majority of those injured drive home and get treated outside of the region, outside of Collingwood. The majority. It's quite surprising to see the stats. So I think it would be helpful if you're looking at those stats, inquire of the resort and the hospital and do that comparison. It's quite shocking too. We've seen that data. It's quite shocking. As it relates to the proposed policy, I'm a bit worried that some of the reading and the principles would actually preclude the very investment we just celebrated a few minutes ago, which is the investment in nursing, additional nursing capacity in Owen Sound here. And I'm not sure that should be the intent of the policy, or maybe it is. I hope it's not. And secondly, seems to be a tremendous focus on capital and hospitals in particular. And I think if you take a look at the trend in healthcare of late, it's not that. It's treatment outside of that facility. Because if we focus on treatment in those facilities, you'll never meet the demand on capacity, will never meet the demand. There needs to be a concerted effort and a focus on primary care that actually diverts people from hospital, the very expensive hospital care. And I think we as a county would be wise to invest in the more efficient as it relates to service delivery, and the more efficient as it relates to cost and services outside of a hospital structure where people need the care. And by the way, people need the care regardless of a municipal boundary, because in healthcare, municipal boundaries mean nothing. People don't care really where they get the care from as long as they get it. And so I think we need to be very, very careful if we also start to focus our spending around municipal borders. Because as I say, as you get close to the borders, those borders are irrelevant to the people consuming the service, and those are the people we should be serving.
Thank you for making those comments. And I think they really do align well with some of the comments that AMO made in their paper, and how important it is that healthcare be maintained as a provincial responsibility, and be independent of individual community borders. There certainly is a lot to unpack around the emergency visits, and I think Chief McNabb could also speak to the fact that the medics are making decisions about where to transport patients when they do transport. Not only do they go to Collingwood, but they also go to Meaford, and perhaps sometimes even come to Owen Sound. With regard to the Georgian College investment, that $1 million is to go towards a $7.5 million investment in renovation and equipment for the new CE Suite wing that Mr. Shorey just spoke to here. So I believe it does align with this policy because it is not an operating expense, it's a capital investment.
Thank you. Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to my colleague from Blue Mountains. Councillor Sampson, with regards to the point you raised about driving home versus using the local service. I think I would like to know, or maybe we should know why that's the reason. Is because the current hospital is delayed in that service, or that's just what people do? You raise an interesting point, because you really, if somebody needs healthcare services and driving home, I don't know if that's the right thing they should be doing if it's 2-hour drive. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. My other question is to you, Mr. Warden, is in Grey County, just in general, and again, I'll look at my colleagues from Blue Mountain more specific. I know in our municipality where we've started to see more people who were seasonal become residents or staying here more. Does that data, do we, and again, from a resident versus second dwelling, but now we see because people are working from home, more people are in Grey County. And I don't know if that will be captured through the last census or how we capture that information, but I think that changes things too, because of all of a sudden, I remember Mayor Lar saying last year that the garbage consumption, or not consumption, but picked up. Obviously that meant more people were here in his municipality, and I know we saw more in our municipality as well. But it's just an interesting thing of the dynamics that are changing and have changed since the COVID and the pandemic that we in. And I don't know if anybody knows that real answer, or can we get that real answer, but I think that does have a different dynamic as well, because all of a sudden, I don't know what the population, or I think in Blue Mountains, what their voter lists are, but it's quite a difference. And I don't know if that's something that we should be, aware of or no, but anyway, just raise that point as it's things are changing, right? So thank you.
Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to CAO Wingrove. You mentioned that the Physician Recruitment Committee had made a request $250,000, and I'm wondering, Kim, and I realize that would have to come back for further discussion, but I'm just wondering at this point, to allow County Council to kind of think about it. Do we have any sense if that ask, being outside of the policy parameters, would be potentially for doctor incentives or the hiring of a recruiter, or do we have any idea of what the ask details were?
Through you, Mr. Warden, I believe that the physician recruitment group had noted a number of initiatives that they intended to address with some portion of this funding. I'd have to go back to it is noted in the report. It talked about working with the Rural Ontario Medical Program on with first year med students, and them working with members of the family health team on an initiative. There was another project that had to do with housing for new docs or residents. I'm having trouble remembering what the third one was, but it was more of a project based and trying to, I think, more facilitate those new residents coming here, electing to be here to start their career and getting them settled, if you will, on a good foot, if you can. And I'm sorry, I'm really not doing justice to a very thoughtful presentation that was provided. Thank you, Tara. Here we have had on the screen. So someone to work directly with ROMP, the attraction, as I said, of first year med students, working with a project with the family health team to expand mental health and seniors care services, transitional housing for new docs, and a nurse practitioner pilot. I don't have a lot of details around those things. And as I said, one of the things that we would, I think, should encourage that group to do is to come back with some support from those potential partners, and so that they could tell us how they felt the impact of these initiatives would facilitate or enhance their work.
Good, Councillor Keaveney. Okay, anyone else? Councillor Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I can just clarify that the two bigger components of that was the nurse practitioner pilot project, which is an attempt to leverage off of the virtual healthcare that we've all become accustomed to as a result of COVID these days. Turns out that's the preference of a lot of people these days, Instead of getting there in a car and driving to the doctor's office, they're actually finding it more convenient to get some of that service delivered virtually. And the second one is the housing issue of the doctors young doctors who have come to our area and said, we're thinking of starting up practice here. They can't afford a house here. And in fact, ROMP has now come to us and said, could you please help us out? Because we can't find place for the young student doctors to live in order to come here to practice. So housing for young doctors isn't actually becoming a huge impediment in this area, in our area of the county in particular, but in this area in general. And that needs to be solved, or we're not, you can spend all the money you want in a hospital, but if you don't have the resources to staff it, I'm sure the long-term care folks would acknowledge this. If you don't have the staff, then you've wasted your money investing in the infrastructure.
Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Really interesting discussion. It leaves me with a whole bunch of questions, though, as far as when a request comes in, we're talking about 20%, people going to one hospital someplace. What if it's 10%? Is there a way of, proportionately giving out some of our dollars to some of those other hospitals that, I think of Wyerton, the northern part of our county, to the west, Chesley. A number of our residents go to Chesley, and that can be said, the same applies to Blue Mountains. If a hospital has 20% of the residents going to that hospital, I'm not sure that they should get the same amount of dollars from Grey County that, the mothership here in Owen Sound would get, that probably has 95% of the patients coming from Grey County. So I'm just wondering, can we think about how we could proportion it, the amount of gifting that we're doing?
To you, Mr. Warden. As I said, certainly anybody who doesn't immediately qualify on the policy has the ability to come back and to delegate and to talk to council about their project and ask for consideration. If council would consider a friendly amendment, we could put something in there to the effect of prorated contributions will also be considered, if that would help to just make that clear.
Mr. Warden, I would certainly like to see, at least we look at a prorated contribution as a means of giving us some guidance. I'm not sure we've got the guidance necessary right now when requests come in.
I'm looking to you, Kim, and to our clerk about what we want to do with respect to that amendment. Councillor Mel.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think it's important to understand what the committee was trying to do, and Kim so eloquently in her report, was they were trying to put some parameters around the requests that come forward. It certainly was not to exclude any requests. It was just to give council some guidance when those requests come forward, and indeed the requesters as well, as to what they can expect. If a hospital comes forward and they've got 15% of their clientele is from Grey County, certainly we'll listen to the requests and they may well get a prorated amount, whatever it may be. But I think the general intent was to try to put some parameters around this, because as Councillor Sampson pointed out quite rightly, there's no end to the requests that will come forward for healthcare, because it goes on and on and on. So it's not to exclude anybody, it's just to put some parameters around it for council's guidance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. It is certainly up to council's consideration. The policy is broad enough that it does permit any healthcare related group, foundation, hospital to come forward and make those delegations for council's consideration, whether they have 5% or 25% of the population. So the policy, as it was drafted by CAO Wingrove, does provide some flexibility in there. And then any other requests would come forward to council then for your consideration.
Thank you. In light of that, Councillor Mackey, do you still want to speak to an amendment, or are you satisfied with things where they are?
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Certainly the intent of the policy I agree with, but I think it would add some clarity to partners wanting to ask for a contribution if they knew that council may consider a prorated amount. 20% is in the policy, and I'd hate to think that someone would not make an application because they didn't meet that threshold. So knowing that it could be possibly looked at if it was prorated would make sense to me, and I would like to see that added in. Thank you.
My apologies. I'll start over. I'm going to suggest that you are moving, including an amendment to the policy that reflects or encourages maybe something added right where we have that 20% piece to also include an invitation to organizations with less than 20%. I don't have the exact language, and I'm going to count on the clerk to pull something. Tara's pulling something together, but we'd need a seconder to just get that on the floor. Deputy Warden McQueen, seconds. Okay, so let's just see what language we have before us. It's, oh, thank you. Just one quick second. I'm not finding the amendment on this screen. Ah, okay, thank you. Okay, Deputy Warden.
I just wondered if there were some language that would sort of determine what criteria you would need to come with your request if it was a marginal or below that 20%. So you need to come with some homework to say, there's some, I got information, and I don't know what that wording would be. It sort of says that you just, I think I agree with Councilor Millen that it's a guide, but if there are requests to consider that there is some criteria, maybe in the wording that sort of says, but, determining how you came to that number, you know what I mean? Just so they come prepared instead of just coming here and say, we request X, I don't know if you could put that in the wording, but just some kind of something that it says that you, and maybe that could come back. But you put some criteria to demonstrate what's under 20%, but how can you say it's 15%, but can you demonstrate that, right? I don't know if there's some wording that could go in there. Just a suggestion.
Suggestions?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Tara's added with appropriate criteria, and I think with staff, we could work on that appropriate criteria to provide any delegation that comes forward to council with that information about what is it for, what is your breakdown, what is your resident capacity, that kind of thing. That would be administrative in my mind, and we could look at that as staff.
Thank you. Deputy Warden, would you be satisfied with that, with appropriate criteria? And Councillor Mackey, you'd be satisfied with that?
I'm not sure it's necessary, Mr. Warden. I don't want to complicate this, but yeah, I can live with that, but I don't want it too complicated.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And I support all these principles, but it does say we're approving the policy, and I think we're trying to write the policy in council here now. And, I would suggest that we approve the principles and then, have a policy document that provides clarity that, is a written policy so that people have this. These are principles, and I agree with the principles, but there is no draft policy yet. It's a bunch of principles. So, I think this is leading to a bunch of the questions is the devil will be in the details, in how the policy is worded, like how's the 20%? If the 20% isn't a firm number, then, that requires some wording that reflects that. Right now we have, some uncertainty because of there's 2 or 3 different ways of measuring it. Thank you.
CAO.
Thank you for all the great comments. I do think that we do want to be careful that that this document reflects the spirit and the intent of the conversations that we had with stakeholders. Given the breadth of potential projects that we might be approached to support in the future, I think what I was trying to get to with this document was, again, and why they were called principles, was to put some boundaries around this without being so prescriptive, because given that this is not our specific area of expertise, I think if we try to become very rigid and very tightly defined in what we put forward, the policy will fail, because the second thing that comes through the door won't be exactly that. And then council won't have the discretion that I think council likes to always have in considering these matters. And so I think some guidelines and some breadth in the policy, as has been discussed this morning, would inform your deliberations. It would help the requesters to form their ask appropriately, but it still allows for having a conversation with everybody here and to look at each project based on its merits.
Thank you. We're still dealing with the amendment only by Councillor Mackey. Any other comments on that? If not, then I'll call the question on the amendment only. And if we could, Councillor Little.
Sorry, Mr. Warden, could I have the amendment read, please? That the motion be amended to include that the policy will note that prorated contributions will also be considered with appropriate criteria.
Are we all clear? Is there anyone needing further clarification? If not, then I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, now we're on to the main motion as amended, right? And we already had a mover and seconder for that. Is there any further discussion before I call the question there? If not, Deputy Warden McQueen.
Just as note, I know healthcare is a provincial mandate. It's a provincial. Do we need some wording that says that at the beginning? Yeah, or are we capturing that in? You know what I mean? Like, not to say, hey, why not come and ask? Like, maybe it's in there. I just, you know what I mean? Like, it's sort of that thing that people sort of show up and say, hey, but maybe it needs to be reinforced, and maybe it's there. Maybe not seeing it.
In the principles that were noted there, it did state that that healthcare funding, recognizing that healthcare funding is a provincial responsibility.
Okay, we're ready to call the question, I think, on the motion that's amended. All those in favor? Is there any opposed? That is carried. And since one of the things that we just did was dissolve the healthcare funding roles and responsibilities task force, I want to thank the members, that being Councillors Klumpus, Hutchison, Milne, and Deputy Warden McQueen. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we should possibly rise and take out. No objection there. Take a break. Well, let's say we'll come back 16:25, 25 past. Okay, we certainly have a quorum. Rob, am I good to go? Yeah, I see your hand. Thank you. Okay, we're now dealing with the committee appointments. That brings our clerk up to the stand. We'll move, I think, at the end, correct? All right. First one. And that would be
Thank you. So yes, through you, Mr. Warden, we will put the report motion on the floor with the inclusion of Warden Hicks in the second clause, and then we'll do some amendments based on the committee appointments that are approved.
So I thank you very much for that clarification. So I'm looking for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Burley, seconded by Councillor Mackey. And Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Good morning, County Council. As is our annual tradition, the 2022 committee appointment report is before you today. I will go through the chart that is on page 25 of your agenda package. And I have had some council members reach out to me since the report was published, indicating their interest in positions that are still available. So with regards to the Economic Development and Planning Advisory Committee, the terms of reference indicate up to 7 members. At the time of the writing of the report, we had 6 members that were interested in sitting on this committee. Councillors Keaveney, Hutchinson, Woodbury, Body, Carlton, and a request from the town of Blue Mountains for a council member there once the deputy mayor there is appointed. That left 1 position available. Councillor McLean has indicated his interest. I'm looking to see if anyone else is interested in sitting on that committee. I'll say no, thank you. So that committee will stand. Councillor Carlton has indicated she will withdraw from the CAO Objectives and Evaluation Committee and request the Tourism Advisory Committee. There was 1 position available for that, and I have had requests from Councillors Hutchinson and McQueen to sit on that committee. So we do only require 1. Councillor McQueen, you don't want your name to stand? Okay. Councillor Hutchinson, you'll have your name stand? Thank you. So the members of the Tourism Advisory Committee will be Councillors Carlton and Hutchinson. Councillor Gamble put his name forward for the Stewardship Grey Bruce. So that appointment will stand. Grey County Federation of Agriculture is 1 councillor and an alternate. Councillor McQueen has requested to be that councillor. There is an alternate position available. Is anyone interested in that alternate position for the Grey County Federation of Agriculture? Councillor Robinson? Anyone else? Thank you. We'll include Councillor Robinson as the alternate. Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy, 2 council members. This is an outside committee. Councillor Mackey has put his name forward, and since the report, I have had Councillor O'Leary and Councillor Robinson put their names forward. Councillor O'Leary, are you wanting your name to stand for the Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy?
Yes, I will.
Councillor Robinson, are you wanting your name to stand?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Therefore, we will have an election. Oh. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks. And through you, Mr. Warden, certainly 2 qualified individuals that are willing to put their name forward. I've had the good fortune of being on this committee for, I think, 7 years. So I'm certainly willing to step down to avoid an election and allow others the opportunity to see the good work that committee does. I'll certainly keep invested in the work that they're doing, Mr. Warden, but in light of your comments in the inaugural, I think there'll be other roles for me to play in regards to mental health and addictions. So Thanks. Oops, sorry.
Yes, Councillor O'Leary.
Through you, Mr. Warden, to the clerk, is there a possibility of having 3 on that committee?
Through you, Mr. Warden, to Councillor O'Leary, this is an outside committee. The county does not set the terms of reference, and that would have to be a request made to the Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy, to their board. And that would have to be made to them likely in the new year. So there is a possibility of that happening, but it doesn't occur at this table. There could be a request come back if someone wants to bring that up to the committee, and looking to that for the future.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Warden. I appreciate the discussion and also the dedication of county council members that are interested in this. With that, you know what, I am going to withdraw my name. I have an interest in the Agriculture Advisory Committee that's further down. So although I have an interest in this, I know that the committee, this external committee, will be in very, very good hands with Councillor Mackey and O'Leary. So I, too, at this point, do not wish to have an election on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Mackey, back to you. Will you have your name stand?
Certainly. It wasn't my intent to leave the committee, but I just wanted to give the opportunity to other members at the table because they hadn't had that opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. So those committee members will be Councillors Mackey and O'Leary. Accessibility Advisory Committee, Councillor Burley has put his name forward. The Board of Health, 3 councillors plus the warden, Councillors Millen, Patterson, O'Leary, and Warden Hicks. Long-Term Care Committee of Management, 6 councillors plus the warden, Councillors Burley, Robinson, Mackey, O'Leary, Clumpus, Woodbury, Warden Hicks. Agricultural Advisory Committee, 4 councillors plus the warden, Councillors Keaveney, Robinson, and McQueen indicated their interest. There was 1 position available. Councillor Carlton has indicated her interest in that committee. Is there anyone else interested in that committee? Oh, thank you, Councillor Carlton. We'll have a full committee there. CAO Objectives and Evaluation Committee, 4 council members plus the warden, Councillors Millen, Hutchinson, Body, and a Town of Blue Mountains council member, and Warden Hicks. That is your 4 councillors plus the warden. Those are all the committees that are filled for 2022. The terms of reference for the climate change, affordable housing, Hanover Owen Sound, and long-term care redevelopment and planning, those committee memberships will remain in effect until the end of the council term or their respective mandates are completed. So I think Tara has an amendment up there, just solidifying these amendments, these appointments. I will read the amendment that the main motion be amended to reflect Councillor McQueen is appointed to the Economic Development and Planning Advisory Committee, Councillor Hutchison appointed to the Tourism Advisory Committee, Councillor Robinson appointed as the Grey County Federation of Agriculture alternate, Counselor O'Leary be appointed to the Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy, and Counselor Carlton be appointed to the Agriculture Advisory Committee, along with all of the other committee appointments that were included in my report.
Thank you very much. So everyone is clear. We are now voting on the committee appointments as amended and presented. That main motion. Sorry. I think we had a mover and seconder, did we not, beginning?
So we had a mover and a seconder for the first. This is an amendment to that motion, so we will need a mover and a seconder for this. And then if the original mover and seconder are fine with the main motion as amended, we can proceed that way.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking for a move of Councillor Robinson and Councillor Hutchison, seconds. Any debate or questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. So now we need a new mover and seconder, or the main, okay. The original mover and seconder, which was whom? Burley and Mackey, okay. All right, so we are now voting on the main motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we're moving on to item 5C now, which is Human Resources Organizational changes. That puts, I believe, Jennifer on deck. And so I need a mover to put the item on the floor, moved by Councillor Carlton and seconded by Councillor Milne. Jennifer, you have the floor.
Good morning, members of council. So this report is coming to you in advance of the budget report to detail some changes that we would like to implement for 2022 in the Human Resources Department. You received a report from Pache in the fall of 2020. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit here. You received a report from Pache in the fall of 2020 that suggested that the HR department was short-staffed. And since I have been on staff, I've realized that this is an apparent fact. We have some numbers that I just want to review that aren't in the report, and we will bring a report in 2022 that details our HR statistics for you. Sorry, I'm out of breath here. So as far as numbers go, we are a little bit different than the lower tier municipalities. We have approximately 1,011 staff on payroll. Of that, we have 75% that are unionized staff and 25% that are non-unionized staff. We have 9 collective agreements that we support. And within the department, we have an overtime problem. And I'm very much hoping that these changes will reduce that overtime in the following year. So in 2019, the overtime that the department had was 1,027 hours. In 2020, and again, we are talking COVID time. So whereas some departments weren't impacted by COVID, unfortunately, our department was quite impacted in that we needed to pivot our leaves, our the way we dealt with folks that were vaccinated and unvaccinated, and our overtime rose to 1,947 hours. In 2021, and again, this is only mid-November details, we are already at 1,635 hours, which is fairly close to 1 full-time equivalent. For grievances in 2021, we have 66 grievances across all of our collective agreements. That doesn't yet include our COVID grievances that we are actively dealing with and anticipate receiving. In 2020, it was 62. So that's a fairly standard number. In 2020, we had 206 hires. In 2021, we so far, again, mid-November numbers, are at 287 hires or rehires. We have some staff that are seasonal that take time off and then we rehire them back in. We also have staff that are on educational leaves that we rehire, and summer students that may come back year in, year again. For terminations in 2020, we had 125, and in 2021, we have 218 thus far. For leaves, we have 168 staff that are on leave, and that includes staff that are back at work and still modified, but not yet fully returned to their position. And that includes family caregiver leaves, that includes maternity leaves, that includes disability leaves. Leaves that have gone on longer than 5 months, which is impactful for the HR team because there's quite a bit of paperwork associated with it and changes their status. We have 40 staff members that are in that point. And in 2020, we had 20 staff members. So the report details the needs of the HR department. As you can read, there's a statistic that you should have one HR professional to every 1.4 staff members. We are currently sitting at 0.9, which means much of the managers and myself have to get involved in much more reactive work and not strategic work. And so we're very hopeful that adding these two positions as HR generalists or HR business partners, as we're going to call them, and the HR clerk will allow us to work on our strategic projects and will allow us hopefully to assist the lower tiers when they're having succession management issues or whether they're dealing with an issue that they're struggling with that they don't have the capacity to deal with. We're very hopeful that we can help with that as well. Since I've been on board, we've been meeting regularly with the lower tier HR staff members. We meet with them every 2 months, and hopefully we can provide some advice and guidance and share best practice amongst each other. And we're very much hopeful that we can continue that in the new year. What is happening now within the HR department is we're very transactional. We focus on our core processes, but we haven't yet gotten to a point where we can take our core HR processes off the plates of direct frontline management. So there are many cases where the frontline managers are managing their own recruitment, where they're doing their own hiring letters, and the HR department isn't at the table to help them through that. And we do believe that there's some risk and liability that is included with making those decisions. We just simply don't have the staff members right now to support every single hiring process that we're going through. So I'm not sure if you have any detailed questions for me. I'm happy to answer them. And the notes that I've gone through, again, we will be bringing a report back probably the end of Q1 2022 that details these facts and statistics that I've just gone through quickly, because I realize, making notes, they're not in the report, but they're just introductory at best right now.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have a question from Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you, it's a comment and a question. So certainly I very much appreciate the detailed report and the presentation that you just provided and looking forward to the additional report. Certainly I can support the corporate need to enhance HR. It is part of business continuity and also business support, shall we say. This is a government, but it is still a corporation that requires the appropriate administrative support. All that being said, in my comment, I wonder if you wouldn't mind just identifying what support your department could provide the lower tiers. I understand the partnership already, but I think it's worth just drilling down a bit. And thank you very much for bringing this forward.
There we go. Through you, Mr. Warden, to Councillor Robinson. We haven't fully formed it yet, but what I would be thinking of is, for instance, with a number of our member municipalities, we are unable to recruit, and I'm going to say financial leadership. So we are hoping that by building a succession management plan here, that we can help those lower tier departments, or sorry, lower tier municipalities. So if a CAO is struggling, if we know there are some resources, if there are different avenues that they could be proceeding through, or even if we have our own staff that we can help with. And we haven't talked about cross-posting in our recruitment efforts, but those are the types of things that we can do, and helping assist with, here is our strategic HR plan, here's our succession management plan, here are the templates, can we help you with this? We fundamentally can't do their work, but I believe that I can at least have some good influence when they are struggling with issues. And we've seen this in the past, there may be a complicated investigation that they need advice on. So more of the strategic change management and succession planning, I believe we can help with. And also, I do believe we have a very good HR pipeline. Many of the lower tier municipalities have either one person doing the full HR spectrum, or perhaps it's the CAO doing it off the side of their desk. But if we continue with our great resources in our HR department, hopefully say, if Meaford is losing their HR lead, perhaps they could be pulling from us. And we don't want to constantly be recruiting, but if we've got some good, well-trained municipal staff within our HR team that are looking for their next step, hopefully we can supply that pipeline.
Thank you. And I know, Jennifer, it was before your time, but the town of Hanover was able to reach out to the county when we were recruiting our CAO, and we were able to get help in that regard. Whose hand did I see over here? Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Jennifer, I am in favor of this recommendation. I just wanted to ask about the best practice guidelines. 1.4 per 100, and we were at 0.9, you said. Now we're going to 2.1. It looks like we were way under. Now we're way over. What is the reality, or just what are your thoughts on those numbers?
Through you, Mr. Warden, if it says 2.1, it should say 1.2. So we are currently sitting at 0.9 and it will move to 1.2. Best practice, and this is Bloomberg's BNA, it's the Bureau of National Affairs in the United States that produces these data points for us to compare against. But we would be moving to 1.2. And as mentioned in the report, we are hoping, if council approves our capital project, to implement a new HRIS system, which is a human resources information system. Right now, we have 3 different systems. We have our Great Plains financial software that also produces our payroll. We have an HRware, a small HRIS system that doesn't speak to the other systems. And then we have a staff scheduling system. By implementing one program, we do feel that we can get efficiencies across. That's why I've only recommended to take us to 1.2, because I truly think with the skill set of the department, 1.2 should be able to do it. You may see me back here in a year if I've gotten that wrong, but I'm really hopeful that we can get the efficiencies sitting at 1.2.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Swever?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And, I truly recognize the need to perhaps provide support to the lower tiers. On that, is the intention that they would be billed for those services at cost? So there isn't a transfer of taxation dollars?
Through you, Mr. Warden, we haven't talked about the details of billing, but I would at a high level just think this would be ad hoc for questions and not billing unless we got to a point of physically doing work. So if I was sitting on, say, a recruitment panel for CAO or working on that, or if there was an investigation that was needed, that you needed a director or manager level here, those things we could discuss billing on. I know that when I was at a lower tier performing the same, that is what we did just for specialized projects. We haven't talked about it. So I'm looking at Kim and perhaps Mary Lou.
It would be my recommendation that, considering that this is to everyone's benefit, every one of our municipalities benefits if we can support each other as a team. And that's been the way we've tried to work through every one of our back office lines of business. How can we support each other and develop to everyone's benefit? I'd be concerned that if we started to have to track things and bill them, that would incur an administrative overhead and a cost to ourselves that in the end, we might not be further ahead.
And through you, Mr. Warden, to Councillor Soever, if it was, somebody needed gapping and we were able to supply a staff member for something like 6 months, then we've had reciprocal relationships and contracts with that. That's the only thing that I could anticipate that we would need. But again, that would be a benefit to us all.
Thank you. Councillor Milne, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I'm certainly agreeable with CEO Wingrove on the billing thing, with the exception of Blue Mountains. I think we should charge them. My question is, your chart on the financial implications piece, are those numbers annualized, or is that just the implications of hiring people in May?
Through you, Mr. Warden, those are annualized for the 2022 budget hiring in May. And that's across the promotion, the management enhancement for the one role, and the 3 new positions that we are suggesting.
Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. And Jennifer, thanks for your report. You mentioned the overtime hours that had been spent last year and currently this year. Can you equate that into dollars for us, please?
Through you, Mr. Warden. Unfortunately, I can't at this point. I just have the hours and I wouldn't want to guesstimate. I think I would be quite wrong in that, but it is something that I could bring back at a future date. I don't want to guess and have that wrong.
Mary Lou, you wanted to add something?
I'm lit now, apparently. The one thing I was going to say about the overtime, we have charged some of this to Safe Restart because a lot of it has been directly related to COVID. With the pandemic pays for the 24/7 operations for long-term care, paramedic services, that's created a significant burden on the department, both auditing the information that comes from the department as well as processing special pays. So some of this isn't hitting the tax levy, and we are very grateful for having the Safe Restart money in order to make that happen.
Councillor Soever.
Yes, and I'm all in support of cooperation, but I am concerned about the billing, but I think that's been answered. But the other issue there is, as we're all cooperating and to support each other, does that extend to not actively recruiting each other's employees?
Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Warden. Fortunately for my sake, being recruited over here, I don't think that we can say that amongst each other. The whole fact is, if we're trying to build a capacity amongst Grey County proper, including lower and upper tier, we are going to have some movement, and we would want that movement. If I have an HR business partner that has worked for us for 5 or 6 years and they're at a ceiling where they can't be promoted, but another lower tier has a management position, I think it serves us well to use those skills, knowledge, and ability that we've grown amongst our community. I think we'd not be in a good spot in our positive working relationship that we've had if we said we wouldn't take each other's staff. And it would be a disadvantage to our staff if we did that.
Good answer. I think Councillor Soever had his tongue in his cheek. Anyone else? Okay, looks like we are ready to call the question on the motion before us. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Jennifer. I believe we have Mary Lou on deck next. We're dealing with item 5D, budget overview and background report. I need a mover to put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Klumpus, seconded by Councillor Keaveney. Mary Lou, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'd like to start off by thanking the senior management team, their departmental managers, and finance staff for their work in developing this proposed budget. The report provides a high-level overview of the 2022 budget. that is proposed by staff and outlines notable items such as cost sharing with our provincial partners, new initiatives, service and/or staffing level changes and risks. The 2022 draft budget will be discussed at the January 28th meeting and is scheduled to be available on the county website January 7th. So included in the proposed budget are such initiatives such as investment in asset management with 1.21% of own source revenue, a 1% transfer to reserve to support work to create safe and affordable housing, an increase of 0.25% in the transfer to reserve for healthcare capital and equipment projects, staffing to support and improve service levels and new initiatives, reductions in provincial offenses revenue, reflecting a decrease in ticket revenue, changes to provincial funding for social services and childcare program administration, estimated increases for insurance, higher fuel prices, inflationary pressures for supply costs and capital projects, and lower investment income as a result of lower investment interest rates. The proposed operating and capital budget expenditures for 2022 total $185.2 million. After taking into consideration growth that currently is $1,184,400 based upon information from MPAC at the time the report was written, the net levy increase after growth is 3.75%. This net levy increase will be impacted if assessment growth varies from the 1.184 million, depending on what happens when the final roll is returned by MPAC sometime this month. The 22 budget at a glance shows the net levy requirement by function as well as an increase or decrease and percentage changes. And we've made a few small adjustments. We've renamed social services function to human services, and that has moved paramedic services over with social services, housing, and long-term care. And we've made some adjustments with forestry and trails to combine that into one budget versus two separate. With regard to provincial, federal funding and cost sharing, there is good news in that the contribution for the health unit is not scheduled to change this year. They had received notification that the funding they received for 2021 would continue. So they have mitigation funding. Without that increase, we anticipated a $603,700 increase in our share of the change in the funding formula. The modernization for social services is going to change how the funding for admin costs is provided. It's been frozen at the 2018 actual expenditure levels, and that creates a shortfall of $126,800. Childcare changes are also expected to administration funding. Since this report was written, the province released additional information. Staff is still sifting through that. It's a 400+ page document. So I'm anticipating that will provide some change to the 2022 budget, and that will be updated for what is presented to council in January. We've used social services relief funding to offset a $28,000 contribution to the county social initiatives budget. Transportation services, this includes almost $3 million in Canada Community Building Fund, formerly known as federal gas tax. I'm not sure how long it'll take us before we actually call it that. Also included is just under 1.3 million in OCIF funding. That's a preliminary number pending the official release of the 2022 amount. As far as service levels, new initiatives, and staff level changes, I'll just provide some details on what you can expect when you receive the budget. So the clerk's department, there's an increase in a position for coordination of records and information management. This will provide training in the use of our document management software, Alfresco, work with departments on freedom of information requests, and audit records to ensure that security and record retention timelines are adhered to. This is a change in the split from how the work has been looked after previously. There was some support in the IT budget for a portion of this, and Now we're looking at a dedicated support in the clerk's department, and the IT role will take on more of technology support. The cost for this is just under $46,000, and it's in the budget for 7 months in 2022 with a June start. In the finance department, after the budget was approved for 2021, council approved some restructuring with the addition of positions that resulted in a $343,700 impact to the 2022 budget. In human resources, Jennifer has presented her report discussing the changes that she's proposed. And one of the HR generalists, which will be renamed to a business partner, we've recommended funding from one position from Safe Restart funding in 2022. Provincial offenses, as I mentioned earlier, trends are showing a decrease in fine revenue, plus an increase in delegated staff responsibilities, so delegated from the province. The decrease in revenue has a $203,000 300 impact on this budget, and that's our portion after cost sharing with Bruce County. Healthcare initiatives, the increase in the transfer to reserve from 0.5% to 0.75 results in an increase of $168,500. Long-term care. This is the most dramatic increase I've seen in FTE staffing provided by the province. It requires an additional 52.3 FTE that the province is funding to increase staffing for direct resident care, as well as the staff that are required for the behavioral support unit at Grey Gables. The draft budget presented to Committee of Management showed a net levy increase of $707,500. Staff have reviewed the budgets and are presenting a revised net levy increase of $183,900. This has been accomplished by a transfer from reserve of $565,900. And as a bit of background, these funds were transferred to reserve in 2020 and were generated as the result of receiving 5 additional bed licenses from the province as a result of COVID. The revenue for these beds was budgeted in 2021, and however, the ministry has rescinded the temporary bed licenses effective April 1st. By using the surplus from 2020 in 2022, it mitigates the 2022 levy increase. Discussions are currently underway with the province to determine if we can receive 3 of the 5 temporary bed licenses back. And just as a note, the 2 that we're not asking for back were at Grey Gables, and as a result of implementing the behavioral support unit, we can't put those 2 beds back into use. In planning, similar to finance, after the budget was passed, there was a request made for a manager of climate change initiatives position, and it was funded from the Energy Audit Reserve in 2021. This has a $105,400 impact in 2022 for 12 months because the position is already filled. Initiatives for $200,000 resulting for climate change have been included in the budget, with a portion funded from reserve with a net levy of $50,000, and that would be a phase in. So this would just be the first year ramping up for whatever additional costs we are going to require. Housing, as mentioned before, there's a 1% transfer to reserve for affordable housing that was funded from the one-time funding reserve in 2021. This results in a $622,700 levy contribution in 2022. Last month, I brought forward a report recommending that we pay off the Golden Town mortgage. The principal and interest payment in 2021 for that project was $434,600. What we've done by paying that off is reduced the budget for housing. So by the time we take an increase in a $622,700 contribution for the 1% that would go to the Affordable Housing Reserve, offset by not having the Golden Town mortgage, it results in a net increase of $188,100. Paramedic Services has a wellness and administration manager position that's been included. It's budgeted for a full year, and that is in order to have a full year expense in our budget, we can get 50% of that paid by the province the following year. So there is always a lag in their funding contribution. So that's in there for $148,600 inclusive of benefits. The position would respond to labor management and collective agreement questions, maintain infection prevention and control, look after onboarding staff, and return to work programs. Ministry funding, as I've mentioned, lags behind. So we won't receive a 50% contribution until 2023. There is also a 7.3 FTE increase for the community paramedicine for long-term care program. That was not in the 2021 budget. When the budget was prepared, we were just preparing preliminary information for the province with an expression of interest. And that is a fully funded program. I will mention that this budget is also impacted by an increase in what we charge out for WSIB rates. We're self-insured. The increase in rates reflects the duration and the cost of the claims we experience. And as mentioned previously, we also have impacts in this budget line for fuel costs. Economic development. A report was brought mid-year discussing enhancing community transportation routes and improving the level of service. The cost of this change is a budget increase of $188,600. Transportation services. There is an approximate 7.84 increase or $765,900 in taxation for major roads and bridge construction. And as I mentioned previously, this budget includes a 1.21% transfer to reserve for asset management, as it was recommended in the asset management strategy that was brought forward earlier this year. As with paramedic services, this budget is also impacted by higher pricing for goods, including fuel. There are a number of risks when developing in a budget, and I'd just like to speak to a few of those. The Economic Development Business Enterprise Center, the agreement with the province ends March 31st. The budget has been developed on the basis that the agreement will be renewed and that we will have funding for all of 2022. Long-term care. Part of our shortfall for 2021 includes the unknown for the case mix index. CMI will not be received by the time the budget is passed. Staff have used an online calculator from Advantage Ontario, the association we belong to estimate the CMI for 2022. Any mid-year changes to funding and ministry directives will also have an impact on these budgets. There's the unknown impact of COVID and how long everything continues. Staff have used best estimates for costs for supplies and staffing, offset by assumptions that the province will provide funding for direct programs, or if there is insufficient funding, we will use Safe Restart. Procurement. In 2021, we had projects that either did not move forward due to lack of ability to issue tenders. I'll use examples of work inside housing buildings or in our long-term care homes, lack of bids, or the pricing of the bids that we did receive. This has affected 2022 budget estimates, and higher costs have increased the use of reserves. I've mentioned budget realignments. The most notable one, when you see the transportation one, it looks significantly different. It worked with finance staff and transportation staff. They've made some good progress, and it looks like the budgets that you see in other departments. So salaries, benefits, your fuel costs, contracted service, et cetera, versus what we've presented in the past, which is more activity-based. And we hope that this provides a more user-friendly budget view. Next steps. In order to deliver a budget that is available on the county website January 7th, after comments are received at today's meeting, staff will work finalizing documents next week and then work with Rob Hatton and his communications team to publish the budget document.
Thank you very much, Mary Lou. Mary Lou, I have one thing, CMI, case mix index. It strikes me that some people around the horseshoe may not be fully aware of what that is.
Case mix index is a measure of the level of acuity that a resident has at a snapshot in time. So it's always similar to paramedic services where there's a lag between our expenses and the funding we receive. The snapshot in time for a resident is well behind by the time you actually receive the funding. And I remember the executive directors always used to say, oh, inevitably, the highest needs residents passed away before there was classification. So it measures things like your ability to toilet, transfer, feed yourself, et cetera. And it's all just based on what's documented. So the biggest thing I can say is it's like being in school and having a bell-curved exam. So our level of acuity could have gone up, but if it doesn't go up as much as the province went up, our funding actually goes down because the pot doesn't change. It's just the pot shifts. So I hope that helps a little.
Thank you for that. Council, any questions? Councillor Body.
Thank you, Mary Lou. That's quite a report. We got a email an hour or so ago from MP Bill Walker saying that our OCIF funding is going from what was 1.279 million last year to 2.645. Does that change our percentage by the time we're get to consider that?
Through you, Mr. Warden. The information came out yesterday and it says that we could share it with council. However, we are not to make it public. So given that, we are going back and we will be taking a look at how this impacts the transportation budget. I would suggest, though, it may increase the amount, either the amount of work we do or the amount of money we take out of reserves. I wouldn't look to reduce our levy requirement because we have unmet needs as everyone else does for infrastructure. And I think that would just put us further behind. But it's nice and a good information story to have.
Absolutely. Councillor Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. At the lower tier, we're all experiencing, and I'm sure it's happening here, significant cost of living pressures across the board on our salary grid, purchased services, et cetera. And that's forced us to look at adjusting our fees and charges schedules significantly to reflect that increased cost, unfortunately passing inflation back through to the consumer of some of our services who are paying fees and services. Are we also looking at a similar thing at the county level to help mitigate the exposure of that on the tax base?
Through you, Mr. Warden. As the service delivery partner of the province, for much of what we do, we are limited in our ability to alter what we pay. So there is a prescribed calculation from the province for a person who lives in rent geared to income housing, how we calculate that. I will say, and Anne Marie can speak to this, but the rent scale for people on Ontario Works, on Ontario Disability Support Program, has been the same rates from when I started in 2002. And staff at that time said that they were years old. So that creates a barrier. It's not that we have a greater ability to charge. Housing did provide a report earlier in the year talking about our tenants who live, who have a higher ability to pay when you do the rent calculations, and that's in like a maximum rent unit. They did increase the revenue estimates for those based on the tenants they know that have a higher ability to pay. What I will say, though, is when those tenants move out, we could end up with someone who has a lesser ability to pay. For long-term care, it's prescribed by the province. What we can charge for a basic bed, a preferred bed, or a semi-private bed. With social services, it's prescriptive about how the calculations are made on what a benefit is provided. And it's not like we can simply cut it off when someone comes to the door and we're at our threshold. The areas that we have discretion and we can look at revenue would be things like meeting rooms, if we rent out meeting rooms and we come back from COVID and we're comfortable with bringing people into space. It's certainly impacted the Sydenham hub and our ability to attract tenants, a long-term tenant versus I want to rent a room to do training today. And provincial offenses, again, it's largely, it's mandated on what the fines are and what is our ability to collect. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of fee for service that is at council's discretion to set the fees for.
If I can follow up, Mr. Warden, thank you. The planning department?
With respect to any revenue received from applications, so we increased that based on some of the growth that we've been receiving over the past couple of years. We also did a fees and services review last year, and some of those fees increased, some decreased based on some other considerations. So we are anticipating holding pretty much same as the revenue we received in 2021, which was higher than what was previously budgeted. So we think that overall it's basically going to remain the same in terms of the level of growth and development that we're currently experiencing will continue in 2022.
You're good, Councillor Sampson. Okay, others? Councillor Salever.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And this is my favorite question every year. When we're looking at growth, if we look at growth, you know, we had a good amount of growth, and obviously that helped capture it. And so our assessment growth looks like it's capturing about 53% of our building permits for the previous year. And of course, they're not directly correlatable, but you notice there's a huge difference between the various municipalities in what percentage they capture of their assessment growth. And obviously there's one-time, you know, things that can influence that. But when I look at the county as a whole, I know our staff at the Blue Mountains, we've captured 78% of what was in our building permits the previous year. Now, it's not directly correlatable, obviously, but if you look at the last 2 years, 38% of the building permits in Grey County over the last 2 years have been, the value of them has been in the Blue Mountains, and yet we're accounting for 53% of the growth that's recorded. So obviously, you know, that's disproportionate because it's a lot higher than our percentage of building permits. And, you know, there are many municipalities such as Georgian Bluffs, West Grey, are other good examples that actually, in Chatsworth, that actually capture a good amount of their building permits, it appears. And then there's others that appear to be doing much less of an aggressive job in capturing all of their missing assessments. So I do believe there's still a lot of missing assessment. If you take us out, you know, we captured 78%. The total for the county is 53%, but that means the remaining communities captured only 39%. So there is a big disparity, and I don't know what the county can do. And I know I brought a motion which got defeated, in that, you know, we should be actively encouraging all of our lower tiers to maximize their assessment, which maximizes the county assessment base, and which would reduce the need for a percentage increase in the taxes. So I don't know what we can do.
Comment? I don't know if it requires any response. Other comments? that's it, then I think we're ready to call the question. On the budget overview before us, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Mary Lou. Madam Clerk. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think we're going to break for lunch. Lunch is ready. So we'll take a break for lunch and come back. Go at it. Oh, yes, it's well. 1 o'clock? Does that work for everyone? 1 o'clock? I don't see nodding heads or anything, but I'm going to say 1 o'clock. Excellent. Thank you very much. We're back. Good lunch. We're all refreshed. Everyone's head is down. Okay, item 5E, we're dealing now with opportunities to promote Black history. Jill Patterson is on deck. Is Stephanie joining you, or it'll just be you? Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking for a mover to put the item on the floor. Moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Mill. Jill, you have the floor.
Okay, there we go. Good afternoon, Warden and County Council. It's really nice to see you in person for the first time. I'm here to present opportunities to promote Black history in Grey. During the July 8th Committee of the Whole meeting, staff were directed to take no further action towards the purchase of land in the municipality of Grey Highlands adjacent to the Old Durham Road Black Pioneer Cemetery. In the closing discussion, staff were asked to report back on opportunities to promote a greater awareness of Black history in Grey County. The following report reflects the suggestions and guidance received from community members and organizations. This should be considered a starting point for future collaboration and ongoing discussions towards finding new and innovative ways to work with community partners and share the unique and significant history of Black communities in Grey County. So just a little history lesson. Black citizens have been a part of Grey County since the very first non-Indigenous settlers arrived in the area. The legacy of these generations lives on in Negro Creek, Priceville, Owen Sound, and elsewhere in Grey. As today's citizens work to ensure these contributions of important early settlers are not forgotten. So through a series of conversations, the following projects and potential collaborations have been suggested by members of the Black community. These initiatives should be considered first steps to what Grey Roots hopes will be continued conversations and cooperation towards improved awareness and action over the years to come. The Old Durham Road Black Pioneer Cemetery Committee recommends that ground penetrating radar study be commissioned along the edge of both roads, Grey County 14 and Durham Road B, in an effort to better understand the area in need of protection and ensure that the property is properly recorded. Should the county consider any future road works outside of the existing road base, county staff would consult with an archaeologist for advice on the most appropriate form of investigation that may be required between the existing road base for Grey Road 14 and the cemetery lands prior to any works occurring. Grey County staff will work in collaboration with the cemetery committee to promote and recognize the significance of the cemetery through interpretive pamphlets, signage, and through a website or GIS resources. A road to reconciliation, recognizing the Black settlers of Negro Creek. And I should mention that this photo is courtesy of Gail Jackson. The guidance, with guidance from Carolyn and Sylvia Wilson of Sheffield Park Black History and Cultural Museum, and a group of descendants of the Negro Creek Road settlement, Black historians and current residents, Ben Haywood McLeod is coordinating a multi-phase series of community meetings that aim to plan a permanent physical commemorative structure at the site of the Negro Creek settlement. He has also produced a short film in 2021 entitled As Is, Where Is, to explore the history of Black settlement at Negro Creek Road. Grey Roots would be an ideal location for a film screening event. And to move on to Grey Roots, for many years, Grey Roots has collaborated with the Black community to produce exhibits, events, and programming. We are eager to work with community partners to further increase and enhance our offerings. There's an opportunity to repurpose past Black history exhibits to live on as virtual exhibits at greyroots.com. In addition, these retired Black history exhibit panels are now on loan to Sheffield Park Black History Museum and Cultural Center to provide new access to this important content for new audiences. Black history-focused education programs. There is a newly federally funded national project called A Black People's History of Canada that's hosted by Dalhousie University. Its purpose is to assist in the creation of classroom-ready learning materials and digital media about African Canadian history. Grey Roots staff are in early discussions with the researchers involved and are exploring opportunities to partner on this project. The Grey County Black Heritage Society has approached the county with a request for financial support to establish an annual writing competition for students in grades 5 to 12, to be known as the Daddy Hall Writing Awards. The group believes much can be accomplished to celebrate our county's Black heritage, including an exhibit of the writings at Grey Roots. So building on Grey Roots Historic Communities GIS mapping projects, and through continued community consultation, an opportunity exists to develop a Black history map to highlight significant Black history locations. Archival images and descriptions could accompany each digital marker, and the content could be used to create physical interpretive panels or kiosks at each site. A route to visit the various sites could then be promoted through Grey Roots and tourism channels as a way to encourage visitors and residents to explore Grey County from a Black history perspective. So chef, restaurateur, and television presenter Roger Mooking and film producer Byron Wong have proposed the development of a collaborative video series to showcase the area's diversity to the world through storytelling. This would include living history and interviews with local historians, community, and business leaders. Last but not least, let me get moving here. Oops. Next year is the 160th anniversary of the Emancipation Festival in Owen Sound. The organizers suggest there's an opportunity to enhance this significant anniversary through promotional or funding support. The festival is a highlight in the county's cultural calendar and has a long history of bringing the community together from across the region. Next steps. So staff believe Grey Roots is well positioned to provide a platform for much of this important community work and to take a more proactive and purposeful approach to community consultation, education, and awareness building through the mandate of Grey Roots. As such, staff are recommending the creation of a community relations position by rethinking a current role at Grey Roots that will strategically focus on community building with underrepresented groups in Grey County. The community relations position would be funded within the existing budget, along with the proposed $100,000 community grant fund. That's the end of my presentation. And this is not the end of possible collaborations and initiatives. I've heard of more just in the last few weeks. So we're definitely not, it's a wealth of riches in terms of what we could be doing. So I open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Jill. Council, questions? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Jill, thanks very much for the history lesson. We've had, with the Negro Creek Side Road being in the township of Chatsworth over the last couple of years, we've had concerned citizens, bring it to our attention, some saying it was racist to have a road, named that way. I know council back in the 90s looked at changing the name, and the Black community rose up and said, no, this is a historic road and we want the name to stay the same. We had other residents saying that they couldn't get deliveries, via FedEx and stuff, because when they typed in that address, some part of the search engine puts it in as racist, so that it's not recognized. So it's just good to have this information brought to the forefront, and everyone would be far better educated when it's all said and done. So we appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions or comments from anyone else? Deputy Warden McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden and County Council. Just to you, thank you for the report. And have you reached out to the Old Durham Road Black Pioneer Cemetery Committee, just in the sense of getting some feedback in the sense of future collaborations? I know that there was sort of an impasse there and how that all came about, but I think they have a really good hardworking group. And I just don't know if you have any follow-up or I don't know if it's the CAO or I know there was some dialogue going on there this summer, and it's always good to continue to bridge those gaps with those community groups that we have. And I know they're a hardworking group.
There we go. Yes, we've been in constant conversation, and Naomi Norquay, who's the chair of the committee, has been briefed on this report and helped me craft the language in it. And she's quite pleased with how this is going forward. And she works with Grey Roots quite a lot on the Northern Terminus Journal and other events that have done there. So yes, I would say they're well informed and been a great help.
And just to finish, I know she's a great resource, just from her knowledge and what she does. So that's great to hear. Thank you for that.
Anyone? Oh, Councillor Salever.
Yes, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for doing this work. And certainly, I think historical tourism is a very important aspect, and we do see a very diverse bunch of visitors in the Blue Mountains, particularly in the village area. And so I noticed that on the Black History map, the Sheffield Park Museum and Cultural Center, it's a very important part of our Black history and highlights that. And I certainly hope it could be included. It's not listed there now, so.
It's certainly not my intention to exclude them. They are so involved in so many initiatives. Carolyn and Sylvia are they're the experts in the field, really. We've been working with them to get our sort of retired exhibits on loan to them, so they are able to display them. And they've helped me, craft this report as well. And I know are working really closely with Ben Haywood McLeod on his initiatives at Negro Creek Road. And they're actually the ones that got me to talk to Ben. So yeah, they're very much respected and very much going to be included in the future.
Thank you. I'm glad to see you're working with them.
Anyone else? Councillor McQueen.
Another resource, I see now at the bottom of your report, your resource people that you're using, but we also have an individual in Grey Highlands. His name's John Butler, who is a historian as well. And I think it was last year we recognized a gentleman that was from Flesherton that went to the south and was teaching, and he met his faith by trying to help the Black people down there, and he has a whole story. So I'll try to connect you up with him, because he recognized it last year ago, July, about this individual who was from Flesherton who went down, and anyway, it's quite a story, but it does tie back to the roots of Grey County. So I will try to put you in touch with John Butler.
Thank you. That would be much appreciated.
Okay, I do not see any other hands. I would just say that I'm really pleased to see the creation of that community relations position. I think that's a really good move, and it will go a long ways towards getting, some good work done. All right, council, we're ready to call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Jill. We're moving on now to item 5F, the Hanover minor variance A3-21 that puts Scott on deck. I need a mover, please. Councillor Patterson. Oh, sorry, she's going to speak to an option.
Okay. Thank you, Warden Hicks. I'd like to move this motion, and I am asking for option 2A, where the county withdraws the appeal but keeps party status.
So thank you, Warden Hicks and members of County Council. I will say it's tough to follow a report by Jill and Gray Roots on such interesting subject matter with a planning report, but I'll do my best here. So some of the more seasoned members of County Council may remember back in the days of the Planning and Community Development Committee, we used to have a number of these discussions whereby the county would bring forward a local application for potential appeal. I will say that number has dramatically increased in recent years, and it's a very infrequent situation that one of these reports has to come forward. And I will say that's in large part due to the work of your own municipal staff, municipal committees, and municipal councils in working collaboratively with county staff and developers to try to make sure that everyone's needs are addressed, whether they be at the local level, the community level, or the county level. So kudos to your local staff and councils in that regard. With that, I will get into this one. Certainly county staff don't relish these reports whereby we have to talk about an appeal of a municipal decision, but hopefully we can come to a resolution here. So the subject lands there are shown in red on the screen. They're about 1.01 hectares in size, and they're located roughly on the northeast end of Hanover. You can see based on the map there, they are bounded by three roads, 23rd Avenue, 14th Street to the south, and 24th Avenue, which also happens to be Gray Road 28. In looking at the air photo around, you will see a developed plan of subdivision immediately to the west of the development. There is a Home Hardware to the south, and to the east are some natural lands, as well as the Brenly subdivision to kind of the northeast, and the Saugeen Cedar Heights East subdivision to the southeast. Just to the north of these lands, just largely off screen, is the proposed Saugeen Cedar Heights West subdivision that's just in the application process right now. So what you have before you is the proposed conceptual site plan. What's being proposed are two 6-story buildings. Each building would contain 71 rental units. You can see on the proposed conceptual site plan there, they are looking at two accesses directly off of 23rd Avenue. And what's maybe a little bit more difficult to see at this scale is there's some lightly drawn lines just in the top corner of the map here, which speak to a potential future access onto Gray Road 28 or 24th Avenue. And it's that potential future access that county staff want to chat with you about here today. And so the developer has submitted a minor variance, which has since been approved by the Town of Hanover's Committee of Adjustment to look at varying the height provisions, the density provisions, and the parking provisions in the town zoning bylaw with respect to this application. There will be a future site plan application for the apartment buildings at that site, and to county staff's knowledge, that has not been approved yet, but is in process with the town. The lands are designated for growth in both the county and town official plans. They're designated primary settlement area in the county plan with a very small portion of hazard lands, as well as large format commercial in the town plan, again, with that very small portion of hazard. There were a number of comments from neighbors and agencies on this development application, and the town and the developer did an excellent job of trying to work with those comments to mitigate any impacts as possible. As you might imagine, based on the air photo, with some lower density residential nearby, there were concerns about height, there were concerns about shadows and density, and then there was concerns about traffic. And my understanding through speaking with town staff is part of the reason town staff were recommending a potential entrance onto the county road in the future was hopefully to try to alleviate some of those traffic concerns in the community. So the town's Committee of Adjustment has passed the minor variance with a number of conditions. There were a number of conditions that the town included that would benefit the county, and they have included conditions which address a number of our comments with respect to road widening and a daylight triangle in that regard. However, there was one condition, Condition G, as shown on your screen and profiled in the report, that speaks to the potential for a future access onto 24th Avenue. In this regard, county planning and transportation staff have noted that an access onto 24th Avenue or Gray Road 28 at this location could not be supported. And we simply felt by having this condition attached to the minor variance that it may lead to conflict down the road if the development was built and in the future went to apply for an access that staff couldn't support in that regard. Staff have been very clear from the get-go that we are supportive of new rental housing here, and this is a very exciting opportunity for both the town of Hanover and the County of Grey in this regard. So it's certainly not the form of development we're objecting to. Our sole concern is that wording around the potential future access onto the county road there. With respect to our own county official plan, we do have policies in the transportation section, which is part of Move Grey, which speak to classification of our county roads. And in this case, this section of Grey Road 28 is designated as an arterial county road in this regard. And so far, our arterial county roads, we try to minimize the number of new entrances directly onto the county road and instead try to funnel some of that traffic back through controlled intersections. And I should have mentioned that the intersection of 14th and 24th in this regard is currently stop controlled at 14th. You don't have to stop if you're on a county road. But based on the traffic in this area and the future development in this area, there is potential that at some point in the future, this might need to become a signalized intersection. And that's part of the reason why county staff have identified this concern, is because we want to leave the greatest flexibility possible to meet the demands and the needs of the town of Hanover and the growth in that regard with respect to traffic, such that traffic moves efficiently, but also safely for the people using these roads, whether they be by automobile or cyclist or pedestrian in that regard. And so the county plan directs development to enter into or enter onto local roads where feasible. Obviously, there are some properties where the only access is onto a county arterial road, but in this case, that's not the case. There are the two other roads that are potential here. I should note that in the town plan, both the county's road and 14th are identified as arterial roads. So based on the county policies, it would make most sense that those accesses come off 23rd Avenue as shown in the plan. I should also note that the developer did a traffic study for this development. That traffic study assessed this development based on having two accesses onto 23rd Avenue. The findings of the traffic study were such that they recommended no improvements needed to the road network in this area or any of the neighboring intersections. And so the town official plan policies contain very similar policies to our own county policies in that regard. They do recognize that higher traffic developments should be located near arterial roads, but they don't necessarily have to be located directly on arterial roads. They also recognize the county's role in looking at accesses onto our own county roads in terms of maintaining a safe and efficient county road network in that regard. And sub 4 there, just at the bottom of the slide, speaks to the fact that when you have a property that has access onto both an arterial or collector and a local road, the access should be gained from the local road in that instance. So with respect to this application and the town's decision was made in November. And at that time, when we received notice of the decision, we didn't have the ability to put it on the November 25th committee, the whole meeting. As such, based on the county's appeal policy and procedure, staff have submitted a placeholder appeal at this stage in order to comply with the last date of appeals being December the 6th, 2021. And then should county council vote not to proceed with the appeal today, that appeal can simply be withdrawn and there will be no money lost in that regard. Staff are recommending option 1 in this regard, and we want to be very clear that again, our concern is only as it relates to that condition G, and we're hopeful that we could work with the town and the developer in this regard to come to a settlement that would resolve the county's concerns and still allow this development to proceed in an efficient fashion and provide much needed rental housing to the town and the county in that regard. As such, this is the recommendation that you've seen in the report, and certainly be happy to take any questions if there are any. If there are any detailed transportation questions, I'd certainly defer to Director Pat Hoy in that regard.
Thank you, Scott. Council, any questions or comments? Councilor Patterson.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I do have some comments. Thank you, Scott, for your report. And Scott, can I ask, will you put up the subject land photo, please? I just want to expand on some of those details. And that explains the development in the area. You can see the land to be developed, as Scott said, that's in red. But across the road from this vacant land is Saugeen Cedar Heights subdivision, which has 116 lots. 100% of the lots are sold and 64 are under construction. This subdivision has access onto County Road 28, which lines up with 14th Street. North of this subdivision is the Brenly Estates, which has 48 lots, 100% are sold and 37 are under construction. This subdivision has access onto County Road 28. And north of Brenly Estates is a proposed subdivision with 50 lots, 60 apartments, plus a commercial site. At this time, the project engineer has submitted a concept plan for the subdivision to the town only. This subdivision will also require access onto County Road 28. If you cross the road to the west of 28, the proposed Saugeen Cedar Heights West subdivision has 124 lots. Zoning was completed in May of 21, and the draft plan is currently being negotiated. It is scheduled for a spring start, and this subdivision will require access onto County Road 28. County Road 28 is also known as the Hanover Bypass, is now in the middle of Hanover's most active residential and commercial development area. It is a complex urban area with large commercial buildings like Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, an automotive repair shop, and the County Fair Plaza. And these buildings all have access onto 28. With the number of subdivisions in this area, eventually sidewalks and curbs will be required on 28 for safety and active transportation. Hanover's trail system will also cross number 28, highway or County Road 28 twice. I know everyone is well aware of Hanover's land shortage, and as a result, we are developing every available piece of land within our boundaries. Intensification is good and it is efficient, but it does not always allow for planned orderly development. Development on the site we are discussing will help support the need for attainable housing, providing 142 apartments within walking distance of many services. However, the neighborhood has a legitimate safety concern with the increased traffic on a local road if access onto County Road 28 is not granted. I have difficulty understanding the difference in granting access between commercial development and multi-residential. If this site was developed commercially as a strip plaza with 6, maybe even 8 stores, access would be allowed onto 28. A commercial development like this would increase traffic and volume would be more than the peak times from the proposed apartment buildings. As a county councillor, I believe we need to be flexible and forward-thinking. As growth occurs throughout the county, we should be working to find a solution that works for all stakeholders and not be hampered by policies that do not work in all cases. We need to move forward with connecting links, and Hanover is again prepared to be part of the solution by offering to be a pilot project. County transportation has always wanted to move traffic in an orderly, efficient, and safe fashion. But in this case, all the traffic will be routed through a large residential area. I understand the county policy and the reasoning, but the one size fits all does not always fit. There needs to be some reasonable flexibility, and ultimately, the policy should be updated to accommodate growth throughout the county and developments that are fulfilling a need for attainable housing. County councillors, I'm asking for your support for option 2A, which directs staff to withdraw the appeal and seek party status. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers? Oh, Deputy Warden McQueen. You need to press your mic, sir.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Warden, and a question through you to Scott. Just on that condition G, it says that the owner enter an agreement with the town for a future entrance to be provided on 24th Avenue when the need arises due to traffic flow exceeding acceptable levels of service. So obviously, scrolling down the report, there's a conceptual site plan. Obviously, that site plan, as you mentioned, Scott, will come back and get approved. So I'm just trying to get some interpretation in what changes or what that means in the sense of traffic flow exceeding acceptable levels of service. Sure. Is that, can you explain that or somebody explain that? I'm just trying to get that.
Sure, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for your question, Deputy Warden McQueen. In this case, this was a condition, I believe, that either town staff or their committee of adjustment proposed to try to address some of those neighbors' concerns. And based on the information we have before us today, the traffic study is not indicating that there will be any major traffic delays or traffic issues there. I think the town, and I certainly don't want to speak for the town, put that in to suggest that if it does become a major issue in this area with the two entrances onto 23rd, that there would be some flexibility in the future to look at an entrance directly onto 24th, which would then maybe mitigate some of the concerns onto 23rd. So at this point, the draft site plan, to my knowledge, that's before the town, still has the dual accesses onto 23rd, but it just leaves that door open for that future access onto Grey Road 28 or 24th Avenue in that regard.
So through you, Mr. Ward, so to follow up, so basically the process will be, there will be a site plan come forward, probably based somewhat on the conceptual drawing. And the plan will then be reviewed by the county. And you're saying that at a certain time, they both may be built, but if it presents a problem, it's sort of like that second option that they can have that option to come onto that county road. Is that sort of how you're reading it?
Through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, that's how we understand it. And our concern from a staff level is if there were neighbors that were concerned with the traffic, and then they didn't submit an appeal based on the fact that we're showing this potential future access onto the county road, and then let's say 2 or 5 years down the road, somebody comes in for that entrance, and if county staff weren't able to grant the entrance at that point, we don't want to in any way mislead the neighbors in that regard. So at this point, to my knowledge, there's no certainty that there will be a need for an access there, but the condition through the minor variance and the draft site plan at this point would potentially allow for that. And I should just clarify that with respect to the minor variance, the county, just like anyone else, has the ability, if they saw fit, if council sees fit, to appeal the development. With respect to a site plan, there is no appeal at the county level to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which is why we're bringing this matter forward at this stage, at the minor variance stage, rather than as a future site plan discussion with council in that regard.
Thank you for that, through you, Mr. Warden. So to follow up, I did speak to the mayor of Hanover briefly before lunch. To alleviate the concerns of staff, could it lead to the point that final approval of the entrance would be by county council for a future entrance? Just so that it's not put on the staff in the sense of policy, but if it comes back, it would be county council that would make that decision. Does that help alleviate some of the concerns from staff? And I only ask that as from a staff's perspective.
Sure. Thank you for that question. And through you, Mr. Warden. I don't know that I want to speculate whether or not that would assist the matter. I think from an operations perspective, the concern is when we have more entrances coming directly onto these arterial roads without being sort of funneled through signalized or stop controlled intersections, it causes greater potential for either traffic delays and or collisions. So my understanding of our transportation services staff's comments is when you look at development on arterial road, whether it be commercial or residential, ideally, if there is another either shared access or access through a local road, that's preferable from purely an operations standpoint of the road and a safety perspective in that regard. With respect to your comment on county council issuing that entrance, I might need to defer to others there.
You good? Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I think it's time to call the question on the motion before you, which is option 2A, to withdraw the appeal and to seek party status should someone else appeal. Councillor Sampson?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Did planning staff have an opinion as to whether or not, I'm interested in the process here, whether or not this particular application met the 4 tests that are required to have jurisdiction within Committee of Adjustment?
Through you, Mr. Warden, thank you for your question, Councillor Sampson. In this case, in reviewing a minor variance application, typically county planning staff don't comment on the 4 tests of a minor variance. Our municipal staff in that regard are very capable and very experienced in dealing with those tests in that regard. So we typically defer to the municipal staff opinion and focus more on anything related to county infrastructure or directly related to county policy in that regard. So the short answer to your question is we didn't comment on the 4 tests specifically in our county comments or in this subsequent staff report.
Good. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. It did meet the 4 tests except for the height, moving from 4 to 6 stories. And that's why it's a minor variance. It met all zoning requirements, but the height did not meet.
Okay, are we good? I don't see any other hand. Oh, Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'm just wondering if the town of Hanover had any discussions with the county about taking over County Road 28 and having full control over it.
Yes, we would be willing to be part of the connecting links and the pilot project. More than willing.
Councillor Little, I believe you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just a question of clarity. If the town of Hanover and this developer were to want to have that entrance onto the county road, would they require an entrance permit? Would there be a process at that point? Or is this the issue here that it's sort of granting that at this time? Thank you.
Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Warden, thank you for your question, Councillor Little. It's my understanding that they would still need to apply for that entrance permit down the road, and that entrance permit would be based on whatever policies were in place at the time they applied for that permit.
Okay, I believe I have everyone now, do I? Oh. Deputy Warden.
So that was my point I was raising. If the policies don't allow it, it's at a stalemate. That's why I was saying about it would come back to the county, but I guess there's always that option anyway. It could come back if it appeal an entrance permits. If the county didn't approve it because it didn't meet policy, what happens? That's why I was thinking about. Then it comes back to this body that makes that decision. It keeps that out of the lower level. You know what I mean? Because it is a conflict in itself. That was why I was sort of thinking that way. I don't know if that's.
Sorry, I cut you off, Pat.
Yeah, we had that discussion quite a bit, that in theory, they'd still need an entrance permit from us. But I think kind of the main point Scott is trying to make is we don't want to present false hope that there's going to be an entrance there. So all you local residents that don't like traffic out on your road, you don't need to worry about it because it's going to come back for an entrance. And then we get into this fight, I don't know, whatever, 2 years from now, or a year, 3 years, 4 years, about denying the entrance. And then we've been in this discussion with a lot of, we've kind of been involved with Owen Sound on 8th Street. And I'm trying to kind of funnel traffic through controlled intersections. Even that 17th Street is shown on the picture. It eventually is going to funnel through 14th Street and going to be probably a right in or right out. So it just gets to one of those things where you get so many entrances that it just becomes kind of a traffic nightmare. And generally we're playing catch up here. You know, Grey Road 4 in Hanover is a perfect example. People are phoning us from Harvey's. They can't get in and out of there. Tim Hortons, there's cars out there, you know, because everyone's just kind of pulling out on a very busy road. And this one, basically, we're just trying to get in front of and say, there's a perfectly suitable low volume road close by with controlled intersections all the way out. It's a matter of time until that intersection is signalized. And it's just one more entrance with a bunch of traffic we don't have to deal with. And we went through this with Blue Mountains too, with the Mountain House development. Big residential development. They contributed a bunch of money for a future left turn lane going north on Grey Road 21. So to just kind of have an entrance with a left turn and making it seem like it's already pseudo approved, it just makes us pretty uncomfortable, I think.
Deputy Warden.
So, Mr. Warden, I guess what it's coming from a policy decision to a political decision in a way, right? It's coming back to us to make that decision. That's what I'm saying is it fair for our staff to be put in that spot? If we make the decision here, we make the decision. But I think it's a little unfair for staff to be put in that spot through policy, where then they're dealing with the policy and the policy says, no, it doesn't allow. So that's what I'm saying. It's a political decision. That's the point I was raising. So thank you.
Okay, I think going once, twice. We're ready to call the question. So on the motion that's before you, which includes option 2A, all those in favor? All those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Scott. Right. Okay, so we're going back to item 4F. Yeah, I'll go to F first because Councillor Robinson did ask for that one first. Bear with me a second. And that's with respect to correspondence from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing on the Town of Hanover employment lands and future land needs. I need a mover to put it on the floor. Councillor Robinson, would you like to do that, or?
Well, actually, Mr. Warden, and through to you, I'm actually prepared to put another motion forward, which is why I separated it out earlier on in the day.
I do need a mover for this motion, then I'll entertain your amendment. So does anyone want to move the motion that you see before you in the report? So it has to be moved. I understand that there's going to be an amendment, but we have to get it on the floor first. So Deputy Warden McQueen, seconded by Councillor Gamble. Okay, now it's on the floor, and Councillor Robinson, I believe you want to speak to it.
Thank you. Just waiting for the mic to turn right over here. So with regard to this item, it's correspondence from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Town of Hanover employment lands and future land needs. The correspondence was addressed to Mayor Patterson of the Town of Hanover. What I'm asking County Council is to support a motion that I would put forward, and hope there's a seconder, and certainly that this motion would be carried, and that is to receive the information and no further action. You'll note that in the correspondence from the minister, he speaks to continue to work locally driven solutions, and I feel that that is what is happening. And for having this correspondence received at the county level is the appropriate course of action, and to have the discussions to continue at the lower tier level. And I would employ my fellow colleagues to support the motion that I'm putting forward. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So if I understand, there's a motion to amend, which would say we receive it and take no further action. I'm looking for a seconder for that amendment, seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Now discussion on the amendment. Randy, go ahead.
Thank you, Warden Hicks, and thank you for that that motion, Councillor Robinson. I think the recommendation in terms of bringing forward to the Hanover and Sound Task Force was put forward by staff as this has been raised at that task force. This also builds off of the staff report that council supported earlier this year regarding municipal and growth boundaries, which identified next steps for moving forward with further discussions following the growth management strategy being completed. Now that growth management strategy has been completed and has been supported in principle by council earlier this year, we're looking forward to moving on to next steps that were identified in that report. To accommodate that projected growth, municipalities in the county will need to ensure that there's efficient land and servicing available to support that growth. The county official plan approved by council notes that the majority of our future growth and development should be directed to our primary settlement areas. And we have identified in previous staff reports that there are a number of our primary settlement areas that are either running out of land or will be running out of land to accommodate that 25-year anticipated growth projections. So from a county official plan perspective, we want to make sure that all of our primary settlement areas have the ability to grow and thrive and have sufficient lands and servicing plans to be able to accommodate that growth equally across the county. So building off that staff report that council supported earlier this year, we are planning to set up a workshop for local municipal councils and staff to hear firsthand experience from other municipalities that have gone through municipal growth area challenges, and we're able to find creative solutions that worked out to be what we call those win-win solutions for the municipalities involved. We also want to talk about servicing infrastructure planning to support growth and best practices when it comes to managing things like servicing capacity and planning for this growth. So I just wanted to provide that information based on some of the previous staff reports and other direction through the county official plan that's been supported previously by council that relates to this particular topic.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson.
Certainly, and I understand that. And in following any of the growth management study reports that have been received by this council, that is a fair response coming from staff. Certainly, we need to look at our growth management for the county as a whole. This is why I'm suggesting that the correspondence be received for information. I look at the terms of reference for the Hanover Owens Sound Committee, and the objectives are to assess the available socioeconomic economic data, and that it really is just dealing with the benefits and the data that can support that type of work plan. So that's specific to this committee. The growth management study, I think, is a discussion for the county as a whole. So that would be a discussion for all of our council members here, which kind of strengthens the reason why I am asking it to be received for information at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Anyone else? Councillor Soever.
Yes, and I would agree with my colleague, Councillor Robinson. I think this is a matter for the council as a whole. We all experience these issues, and as the letter states, they're urging this to be resolved at the local level. So I would say that, we leave this to the local level and look at this letter as information in the context of growth management in the county as a whole, and rather than specific to parts of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I would say that growth management affects everything that the Hanover Owen Sound Task Force is reviewing, and it all circles back to it. It may not be a priority at the task force, but it does affect it. So I think it would be appropriate to have it go back to that task force, which will, report will be coming in 2022 with all of the findings. Thank you.
Okay, how about Councillor Mackey?
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I guess when I look at the letter, nowhere in that letter does it's asking for the opinion of Grey County or any member of its task force. They're looking for the lower tier municipalities, being Hanover, West Grey, and Brockton, to try and work things out. I don't know. I don't understand what the process is if the 2 lower tier or 3 lower tier municipalities can't work things out. But you know, if we get to an impasse, then I think it should come back in front of county council. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I missing anyone? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Maybe this has been touched on already. I'm not here at every meeting, but I'm just wondering to member Councillor Patterson, what elicited this response from the minister? What was there a request made to the minister? I'm just not sure what the sequence of events is. Thank you.
Randy, do you want to speak to that? All right, if not, then I'll let Councillor Patterson speak to it. Oops.
Through you, Mr. Warden, the town of Hanover presented, was a delegation at AMO with the parliamentary assistant to Minister Clark, asking for the minister to appoint a facilitator to help with land discussions, growth discussions. And out of that, it's also been from Randy's report that the county will assist with these discussions.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. And as a result of the AMO delegation from put forward by the town of Hanover, this correspondence has been put forward, and you'll note in here that the ministry is not looking at participating in the discussion or facilitating. They're leaving it with the lower tiers, and it's quoted in the 2 paragraphs where it speaks to continue to work locally and locally driven solutions. So for that reason, I'm suggesting that the information here be received and no further action, and that it not be taken to our Grey County committee. Thank you.
Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Going back to Randy. Randy, you brought a report back in 2020 with regards to moving forward with the report of boundary adjustment. And I think you indicated a number of areas within Grey County. You talked about a workshop to include solutions or proven solutions. But are you looking at a period of time coming back to have a bigger discussion as a county council through that report or through that process of boundary adjustment? Or what is your long-term thoughts on the overall county and doing that? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Warden, and thank you for that question, Deputy Warden. Yeah, there was the initial report in 2020, and then we did a follow-up report based on that initial report with respect to the research of looking at what other municipalities have done to address some of their municipal growth challenges. And as you correctly noted, Deputy Warden, there's a number of areas throughout the county that we've identified that that will either be they're either running out of land to accommodate their future 25-year growth supply or will be very soon. And as we noted in the previous staff reports, these things take time in order to have these discussions. So we wanted to at least provide some research and some information in terms of what other municipalities have done to try to address some of those challenges. Those, as I mentioned, those tie back to those win-win solutions that I mentioned before. So that was the report that we brought back forward earlier this year. We're happy to circulate that back around to council just as a refresher in terms of what that included. It identified some potential next steps moving forward. And this is where we felt that based on currently where things are at, because we have the first step was to complete the growth management study at that time, which as noted has been completed. And looking at kind of the next steps, we thought maybe it's worth having an overall group discussion and hearing from some others that we flagged or identified in that research of how they address some of those challenges, and hearing from real life examples of what others have done to go through that process to come up with those win-win solutions. Just as, again, for background information for municipalities as they're going through and entering into some of these discussions, that they have some of that information and can maybe reach out to some of our neighboring colleagues and to get some further information from them. So that's the purpose of the workshop that we're hoping to hold in end of January, early February as we're planning. And then from there, it'll be any additional information or if you would like the county staff involved in some of these discussions, we're happy to help out in any way that we can. Again, it's important that we make sure that our primary settlement areas have the ability to grow and thrive and can plan for their future growth. And so that's a key from a county official plan perspective. And so that's why we identified those potential next steps in that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So I'm just following up with Councilor Patterson mentioned about how the county is supposed to try to facilitate that. So is that part of your action of moving toward that facilitation? I think that's how Councilor Patterson, you worded it, right? Yeah, okay. So is that part of that process that you're moving forward with, Randy?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, that is one of the potential next steps is if there's willingness amongst the municipalities that are going to be focusing in on some of these discussions. If they want county there to help support and facilitate those discussions, we're happy to do so. Or any background information and data from a growth perspective or anything else that we can provide, we're happy to help support and provide that information to all the municipalities as they go through these discussions. We as a county, we want to maintain, a neutral position as best as we can, but recognize that our primary settlement areas, and like I said, need to have the opportunity to grow and thrive equally, because that's important from an overall growth and economic development perspective for the county to make sure that our communities can grow and thrive.
Mr. Warden, I just got one more question. So in a process of planning and looking at the future, is this something that you would move forward as a county workshop that includes the public? Maybe we get past the pandemic and we get to the point where you have comments that people coming in to I don't know if it's a table with all these maps that people come in and they make comments, sort of like your official plan. You sort of have, you get real input, you have real discussion at a level that you get the word, you get what people are thinking and they understand and we get input because, we represent the people, right? So I just wondered, is that something that other counties have done through moving forward? I don't know. I throw it out there to our colleagues, but I think it's fit. I think we have to be conscientious that we want to work through this in a sort of a fair and respectful way. But I think it's also good that you include your public in that as well, and you get the real feedback from them as well as part of that stakeholder involvement. And I don't know if that's something that's others have done, or maybe it's all brand new for this idea. I don't know, but I just think that that's, once we get through this pandemic, I think it is important for the growth in the future of Grey County to have some of that input. We got through our official plan and stuff like that, but it's still getting into the, I think you get a better understanding where people are going and just have that grassroots conversation. I think is important as well. So thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Warden. I think there's valid points in terms of consultation opportunities throughout multiple processes in terms of whether it be part of missile boundary adjustments that municipalities are considering, or if it's part of, even after, say, if some of those missile boundary adjustments happen, or if it's just designating additional lands to accommodate that growth. So that can be part of those discussions. And there's of course public processes that would be involved in order to designate those lands as part of those future processes. So I think there's for sure opportunity to have that public consultation dialogue throughout the process. And I think that's why it's key to have, again, some of our neighboring municipalities who have gone through this process, learning from them. What worked, what would they have done differently if they had to do it over again. So we're looking at trying to have some speakers that have gone through this process, and both looking at it from the county lens, looking at also from those lower local municipal lenses in terms of again creating that win-win solution, that environment. So that's why we think it's important to learn from our neighboring colleagues who've gone through this process and can learn from them what worked and what didn't work.
Okay, we're good. Anyone else? All right, so just to be clear, we are about to vote on the amendment. So the staff report suggested it be received and go to the Hanover Owen Sound Task Force. The amendment, which we are now going to vote on, is recommending that we receive it and take no further action. Everyone clear on that? Good. Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment? Yes? We can.
Okay, before the vote, I will note that Councillor Woodbury has left the virtual meeting. So you are voting on the amendment. Councillor Mackey.
In favor?
Councillor Mackey is in favor. Councillor Gamble.
In favor?
Councillor Gamble is in favor. Councillor Burley.
In favor.
Councillor Burley is in favor. Councillor Carlton.
In favor.
Councillor Carlton is in favor. Councillor McQueen. Councillor McQueen is in favor. Councillor Little. Councillor Little is in favor. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patterson is opposed. Warden Hicks.
Opposed.
Warden Hicks is opposed. Councillor Clumpus. Councillor Clumpus is opposed. Councillor Keaveney.
In favor.
Councillor Keaveney is in favor. Councillor Body. Councillor Body is opposed. Councillor O'Leary. Councillor O'Leary is opposed. Councillor Woodbury is not here. Councillor Millen.
No.
Councillor Millen is opposed. Councillor Soever. Councillor Soever is in favor. Councillor Sampson. Councillor Sampson is in favor. Councillor Robinson.
In favor.
Councillor Robinson is in favor. Councillor Hutchinson.
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson is in favor. The amendment passes 56-31.
Thank you very much. I guess we now vote on the main motion as amended. And that's already had a mover, right? Yeah. Excellent. So any further discussion? We're now voting on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay, we're on now to item 4E, which is correspondence from the Ministry of Infrastructure, building broadband faster in Ontario update. I need a mover to put that on the floor. Councillor Soever moves and Councillor Sampson seconds. Councillor Soever, you wanted to speak to this?
Yes, so this correspondence is quite important to all of our municipalities in that it talks about the alternative approach, which we heard about a couple of council meetings ago with regard to the accelerated high-speed internet program. And it also talks to upcoming regulations, which affects what we are allowed to govern as municipalities, and gives us some say, but in other cases less say on things. So I think I just want to bring this to the attention of county council that some of these regulations may have a fairly serious effect on our local internet service providers as well. And I know we expressed those concerns. And I just wanted to follow up as well as to what is the status of the letter that we asked, I think it was staff or the warden to write 2 meetings ago about the accelerated high-speed internet program. Has that gone in?
Mr. Warden, yes, the correspondence was provided back to the province after the meeting. It's my understanding that there were no changes or acknowledgements, if I can say that word, from the province back, not to ourselves, not to SWIFT, not to the other members of the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, who also provided similar correspondence. I'm not aware of anybody getting anything back. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Are we aware of any other, like the Eastern Wardens or what they're doing? And there's the Northern Ontario group as well, who expressed some dismay.
I can probably answer that. It's my understanding that the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus has a similar position to that of the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. Councillor Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. So as a follow-up to that, is the county prepared to take this to AMO and have AMO, I don't know if the word is lobby, but I'll use it, lobby on the behalf of municipalities, because I think it's a critical issue. It does have a huge impact on competition for the provision of services in our respective communities, which has a huge impact on the cost and the price that the consumers of the services will be paying. It would be highly unfortunate if, as a result of a HSIP program, that those contracts were awarded to 1 or 2, 3 players in this marketplace. It would be devastating to the many small local service providers in our respective communities. And we, I think, as a council, need to put our hands up and, more than just one letter, frankly, demand that the province pay attention to this and not award contracts to 1 or 2 providers across the entire province. That would be absolutely the wrong thing to do. And I'm not too sure would be delivering services effectively and efficiently and at a competitive price to our local consumers. 1, and 2, it's not anywhere near in the best interests of any of the small, and there are many small local service providers in this county, small businesses who are paying taxes now in this county.
I don't know what more to add to it. I can tell you that the position of the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus has been very clear, with many letters supporting, and Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. I'm certain that it's a topic that will come up again at the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus and surely at SWIFT. But I can't speak for the caucus about what next steps they may want to take, but it's certainly an issue that will be discussed.
Would a strong council resolution support this action?
I think that this council has done what was asked of it by the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. It was an action that was supported by many other municipalities. Just about every municipality that I'm aware of adopted that recommendation of the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus and sent the letter. So I don't know that writing another letter or making another resolution is going to do anything different than what we've already done. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I completely agree with Councillor Sampson. I'm not sure that a resolution from this council that is forward to all the member municipalities for support wouldn't position ourselves a little bit better. it would keep it on the forefront for the province if they're continually receiving, resolutions from the 444 municipalities. Because it is a very important issue for a number of, taxpayers in our community. And, as Councillor Thompson or Sampson talked about, the service delivery, I'm certainly not convinced either that we're going to get superior service if it's a monopoly. Thanks.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. You'll remember back January of this year, we had a very strong resolution dealing with broadband. There's been a lot of activity that has taken place already. I do agree with Councillor Sampson. I believe that a strong, well-worded, well-crafted resolution from this council, also including the president of AMO in it for AMO's attention. So the president is Jamie McGarvey. I feel that any advocacy that we can do on behalf of broadband, on behalf of our Grey County residents, business owners, agriculture, all of our other business sectors is absolutely worthwhile to do.
And Deputy Warden McQueen.
Just to follow up with all the other comments, Councillor Robinson is on the Roma board. I'm on the county caucus board and I'm the executive chair. Certainly, if you can build a groundswell of support, I can certainly helps me carry it forward. Certainly, is the MOU table. Last week I was meeting with 5 ministers, but it's MOU and I can't say a darn word. I can't tell you what we talked about, but certainly part of that advocacy is, as Christina said, and others, is you get more counties, more municipalities lined up, it starts to move the table a little bit from advocacy to the province, to the ministers. So certainly from that part, I can help carry that. And we have, I guess, we won't have a board meeting till January as far as a full board, but I do have an AMO executive meeting next week. So.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair, and just to build on what Councillor McQueen has said, it's not only AMO, for sure Roma, and I think that's really important to carry the message to our Rural Municipality Association, of which I am second vice chair. So the more advocacy that we could do from this horseshoe to amplify the absolute need for broadband, I think is well worth this council's time. Thanks.
Deputy Warden.
And certainly, maybe those that don't know, on the county caucus, I have the Western and Eastern Warden chairs at the county caucus. And they've been vocal, but I think it needs that push from behind to help them as well. And that's so certainly, I know you can do your part, Mr. Warden. So we're all a team, right?
Just give me a quick second here. Just checking with our clerk. Certainly, I'm hearing a number of people saying they would be supportive of a motion that can go forward and build some groundswell. If that is the case, someone would need to serve a notice of motion at the end of the meeting and then bring that forward. Anything else? Deputy Warden.
Procedurally, a notice of motion can't come forward till January, but council can suspend the procedural bylaw and bring something forward. Can it not today? If it decides, if there's a majority of council wishes to do so. I'm only saying procedurally. I'm just thinking about timing. And if that's something that this body wishes to do, and timing is the essence, I'm just saying, I just put that out there.
I'll give our clerk a chance to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Procedurally, you can waive procedure with 2/3 vote. Given that the holidays are upcoming, it would be my recommendation if a notice of motion were to come forward at the end of today's meeting, that it be put on the January 13th meeting with the provision that it be forwarded as soon as it is passed, should it be passed by council at that meeting, so that it goes directly then in early January.
Does that answer your question, or were you asking the question, could we suspend it today and bring a motion today? Is that what you were asking? Go ahead.
There we go. I was only pointing out that if there was a desire around the table, that's all I was pointing out. But certainly, we do have a board meeting at the end of January. And certainly for a full board, that is one benchmark that comes forward. I can certainly communicate verbally at our meeting next week to the executive, but certainly, you know, it's just timing is, we're still working with the provincial government here as well, $4 billion. So.
Thank you, Councillor Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. So maybe procedurally, since this is a motion currently before us, to receive correspondence from the ministry, that it would be appropriate for me to move an amendment to receive and respond to the letter, requesting that the ministry engage with AMO immediately on ways to incorporate municipal support at all levels for the expansion of broadband services in the province as part of their AHS, Accelerated High-Speed Internet Program. Because I think that's what's lacking, frankly, is that the municipalities are not being engaged. I encourage members to read, I think it's Bill 103, which is the bill that preceded this, that effectively disengages municipal involvement in the process. It's perhaps a very aggressive piece of legislation for which AMO had very little comment in any of the committee hearings. And I think that was a miss. So I will move that motion as an amendment to the main motion.
Okay, so Councillor Sampson moves that we receive and respond in a manner that encourages AMO to be consulted. I need a seconder to put that on the floor. Seconded by Councillor Soever. Now we have the item on the floor. Madam CAO, I believe you have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. It comes to my mind that the people that you're speaking about who are most affected by this are the individual internet service providers who will be excluded from the opportunity to undertake these contracts, and whose potential for growth, business growth in the future will be severely constrained. To my mind, those are the people whose voices seem to be critically missing from the conversation. I think from a municipal perspective, I think there has been a resounding response of a concern back to the province. There were a number of requests to meet with the minister. Those meetings were not provided. But I guess my question back to the group would be, especially to people like Town of the Blue Mountains who are very engaged with your provider community, is there a potential to organize those folks and provide some assistance to them on how to communicate their concerns back to the province? Because perhaps that's the place that might get more traction than ourselves. Thank you.
Councillor Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. I agree that there are other stakeholders to be engaged in this, but let's not fool ourselves. We're huge stakeholders in this. Many of us are, if not now, will be in the future, huge consumers of internet capacity as we become more modern, if you will, in the use of that services. Communication from wastewater treatment plants, communications on road usage. Heck, we're looking at investing in technology that will tell us right now what traffic on Highway 26 is and the whatever, just so that we need that information to better manage that type of capacity and infrastructure capacity in our relative municipalities. We're going to be one of the major customers. Apart from that, yes, the small businesses are impacted, but so are our ratepayers, our voters. And what worries me the most is that the large providers will service those that can pay and not those who can't. And it's those who can't who will get left out in the dust on this, perhaps not completely because there's a time frame to implement this program, but they'll be the last on the line, guarantee it, not the first. And I don't know that they can wait, nor should we as their representatives let them wait or be happy that they're waiting. So you're correct, Madam CAO, there are other stakeholders to be engaged, but we represent the basic stakeholders, and those are the people who will be buying the services in the future and can't get them now and are having to teach their kids remotely using a satellite connection at best in some of our locations. That is unacceptable. And frankly, they've been left on the wayside because of programs that weren't properly designed and implemented. And I'm afraid AHSIP is now going to be one of them. And we should make a strong voice and commitment as a committee, as a council on their behalf.
Okay, keeping in mind, we're still dealing with the amendment, and the amendment is that we receive and respond, encouraging consultation with AMO. Any other debate or comments on that? Yeah. Oh.
Just because of council's wish here, we have also added the clause under procedural bylaw 25.25B that the correspondence be forwarded to the Ministry of Infrastructure ahead of council approval so that it can go immediately forward should council pass the amendment.
Very good. Thank you for that. Is everyone clear now? Are we ready to vote? So I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? That is carried. Thank you. So now we have to go on the main motion again as amended. And we already have a mover and seconder for that. So all in favor? Any opposed? That too is carried. And of course, you're still welcome to, if anyone sees fit, to bring a notice of motion as well at the end of this meeting with respect to the resolution that was discussed. Okay, I think that's it. We are going. Okay. Deputy Warden?
As I have an email executive meeting next week, can I have a copy of that resolution, please? Thank you.
Now about to go into closed session, are we? Okay, so I need a mover to take us into a closed session, moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Hutchison. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. We sort out who needs to stay and who needs to leave.
I have staying CIO, myself, Tara, Rob, Randy Schertzer, Pat Hoy.